and lack of hygiene are a veritable scourge. Innumerable clandestine distilleries produce a fiery brandy called Garo, maintaining a destructive alcoholism. 80% of doctors practice in the capital. Outside begins the rule of the sorcerer and the incantations which combine Christianity and the Mayan tradition. Finally, there is 83% illiteracy, one of the highest proportions in all of Latin America. Recall that in 1954 the people of Guatemala were taking some small steps towards extricating themselves from this torment. 59. A picture suggested, for example, in the crabbed and involuted arguments of Martin Heidegger, who, lecturing in 1935, saw Germany as the nation with the most neighbours and hence the most Indian middle. And by the great pincers, by the world character represented in its crudest form in Russia and America, where the domination of a cross-section of the indifferent mass has become an active onslaught that destroys all rank and every world-creating impulse of 28.6. The logic of withdrawal. The Spirit. Introduction to Metaphysics, Trans. Ralph Manham, New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press, 959, pages 45 to 46. Germany, the most metaphysical of nations, must forestall the peril of world darkening, and, standing in the center of the Western world, must take on its historical mission. If the great decision regarding Europe is not to bring annihilation, that decision must be made in terms of new spiritual energies unfolding historically from out of the center, that is, Germany in 1935. To Heidegger, in 1935, the cultural mission of Germany is to recapture and advance the supreme possibility of human being, as fashioned by the Greeks, which is quite natural, since along with Greek, the German language is, in regard to its possibilities for thought, at once the most powerful and most spiritual of all languages. p. 57. Compare Thomas Mann, who left Germany in 1933 because he could not, as a German writer, made responsible through his habitual use of language, remain silent, quite silent, in the face of all the irreparable evil which has been committed daily, and is being committed in my country, against body, soul and spirit, against justice and truth, against men and man. Quoted in George Steiner, Language in Silence, New York, Atheneum Publishers, 1967, p. 102. 60. James Reston, New York Times, November 24, verse 967. Reston does not question that it is in defending this doctrine that men are dying in Vietnam, that this principle is in fact what motivates Washington, but he admits that in the profound spiritual bewilderment caused by the immense destruction, it is becoming difficult to believe in the cause. A few days earlier, November 1st 5, he had mused on one of the great mysteries and tragedies in Vietnam, the Hanoi government's continuing refusal to talk about a negotiated settlement. The reason for this continuing refusal, which will come as a surprise to those who have been reading the news columns of the Times for the past 3 years, is, he feels, that Ho Chi Minh and his associates simply cannot believe that the U.S. would make such sacrifices of men and treasure simply to defend the principle of opposing military aggression and then withdraw when the principle is sustained. Reston is convinced that President Johnson is perfectly sincere in his offers to make peace and withdraw. 6.1. Thurston Morton, who inserted the IVS statement Vietnam, an inside view, from which quotations follow, in the Congressional Record, December 1, 3, 1967, S. 18499. Senator Morton himself became 287. American Power and THEN Umanda RINS. Disillusioned about the war because our present military operations appear to be failing to win the hearts and minds of the Vietnamese. We cannot succeed in this goal, he feels, when at least 1/3 of the total population of Vietnam are refugees who have been driven from their land and their homes by US military action. What is remarkable is that he reacts to this atrocity by raising questions about whether we can succeed, and that he nowhere questions the legitimacy of our attempt to win their hearts and minds. 62. An international Gallup poll released on November 8, verse 967, illustrates world opinion on this matter. In 11 countries, people were asked, which of these statements comes closest to the way you, yourself, feel about the war in Vietnam? A. The United States should begin to withdraw its troops. B. The United should carry on its present level of fighting. C. The United States should increase the strength of its attacks against North Vietnam. D. No opinion. The percentages were as follows: A, B, C, D. Finland 81, 4, 5, 10. Sweden 79, 10, 4, 7. Brazil 76, 5, 5, 14. France 72, 8, 5, 15. India 66, 4, 8, 22. West Germany 58, 11, 14, 17. Argentina 57, 6, 6, 31. England 45, 15, 15, 25. Canada 41, 16, 23, 20. United States 31, 10, 53, 6. Australia 29, 18, 37, 16. The poll was mentioned in the New York Times, November 2, 7. INN item dealing with a domestic poll headed Johnson finds gain in poll. The manner in which it was reported was such that few would be aware of these highly significant facts, and the figures were not given. In November, the British Daily Mail reported that 66% of those questioned in a poll said Britain should not support the United States, to 1% that it should. It is unfortunate that the press does not see fit to make this information readily available. In countries where the government is somewhat responsive to public opinion, this enormous groundswell of opposition to the United States will sooner or later be translated into diplomatic. 288. The logic of withdrawal, isolation and, perhaps, an attempt to construct a counterforce to contain American power. The consequences of such a move could be disastrous. No one stands to gain, in the long run, by the concealing of these facts. 63. Louis Halley, Overestimating the Power of Power, New Republic, June 1, 1967, pp. 1516. Halley's comments are little more than a paraphrase of McKinley's famous statement of how divine guidance led him to the solution of the problem of how to deal with the Philippines. I don't know how it was, but it came. 1. That we could not give them back to Spain, that would be cowardly and dishonorable. 2. That we could not turn them over to France or Germany, our commercial rivals in the Orient, that would be bad business and discreditable. 3. That we could not leave them to themselves. They were unfit for self-government and they would soon have anarchy and misrule over the worse than Spain's was. And 4. That there was nothing left for us to do but to take them all, and to educate the Filipinos, and uplift and civilize and Christianize them, and by God's grace do the very best we could by them, as our fellowmen for whom Christ also died. And then I went to bed, and went to sleep and slept soundly. Cited in Hernando J. Abaya, The Untold Philippine Story, Quezon City, Philippines, Malaya Books, Incorporated, 1967, p. 364. See pages 215, 16, 316. 65. The Philippines, Contour and Perspective, Foreign Affairs, Volume 44, April 1966, pages 501 to 11. 66. Onoffer D. Copies, The Philippines, Englewood Cliffs, N.J. Prentice Hall, Incorporated, 1965, pp. 66, 70. 67. See the references in Note 64. 68. See John Oakes, New York Times, April 3, verse 967. 69. The Faceless Viet Cong, Foreign Affairs, Volume 44, April 1966, pages 347 to 72. Carver is here merely identified as a student of political theory and Asian affairs, with degrees from Yale and Oxford, former officer in the USAID mission in Saigon, author of Aesthetics and the Problem of Meaning. 70. Goodwin cites Defense Department estimates that of a total of about 330,000 Viet Cong, dead or alive, only 63,000 have been infiltrators. He does not, however, add that until the American bombings of the North began in February 1, 965, these infiltrators were overwhelmingly, perhaps exclusive, South Vietnamese and seem to have been. 289. American power and the NU Mandarins. Largely unarmed. For a summary of relevant evidence, see Draper, Op. Cit. and I.F. Stone, a reply to the White Paper, in /F. Stone's Weekly, March 8, verse 965, reprinted in Marcus G. Raskin and Bernard B. Fall, eds. The Vietnam Reader, New York, Vintage, 1965, pp. 155-62. The White Paper itself, along with Stone's devastating analysis, is reprinted in Martin E. Gettleman, ed., Vietnam, History, Documents, and Opinions on a Major World Crisis, Greenwich, Connecticut, Fawcett, 1965, pages 284 to 316. 71. See, for example, P. J. Honey, The Foreign Policy of North Vietnam, in John D. Montgomery and Albert Zero. Hirschman, eds. Public Policy, Cambridge, Mass., Harvard University Press, 1967, Volume 16, pp. 160-80. Honey cites as one of the main requirements of North Vietnamese foreign policy to resist Chinese attempts to dominate Vietnam. Similarly, in his Communism in North Vietnam, Cambridge, Mass., the MIT Press, 1963, he points out that Pham Van Dong, second in command in North Vietnam, is no political extremist but rather a cautious moderate who has stated that he believes Asia's problems can be solved only through cooperation with the white races, and that Vong Nguyen Giap is violently anti-Chinese. It is for this reason, he goes on to say, that he remains in control of the army. In fact, Honey concludes, there are excellent grounds for the belief that the principal raison d'etre of such a powerful army in North Vietnam today is to protect North Vietnam against possible Chinese aggression. Similar views are expressed by just about everyone who has considered the matter. It is particularly interesting that they are shared by Honey, whose militant anti-communism reaches outlandish levels and frequently leads him to pure fabrication. For example, his contention that the North Vietnamese refused to agree to negotiations at the beginning of 1965, Public Policy, Volume 16, p. 180, and to amazing allegations, for example, that some significant portion of the anti-war activity in Britain and the United States is initiated by the Communist parties and financed by Hanoi, including, as a special reward to loyal supporters, free trips to North Vietnam, Ibid, p. 168. One wonders whether his analyses of North Vietnam, which are apparently taken seriously by policy planners, show as much of a sense of reality as his perception of events in Britain and the United States. 72. It is worth recalling that the Soviet Union has much better real sense than we do for taking seriously the lesson of Munich. 73. Op. Cit. p. 298. 290. The logic of withdrawal. 74. See Arthur J. Doman, Conflict in Laos, The Politics of Neutralization, New York, Frederick A. Prager, Incorporated, 964, p. 136. 75. See Ranger, Op. Cit. Cahan and Lewis, Op. Cit. It is interesting to look back to the report stating from the period in question, before the necessity arose to rewrite history so as to justify later overt American aggression. For example, William Henderson, at the time an executive of the Council on Foreign Relations specializing in Far Eastern affairs, wrote, "From the beginning Diem ran his government along the lines of a police state, with vigorous suppression of political opposition, totalitarian methods to stimulate popular support, and so on." By the middle of 1956, Diem had still to prove that Biss professed devotion to the democratic cause represented anything more than a facsimile to disguise the increasingly plain reality of stern dictatorship. By 1958, there had been little moderation of the grim dictatorship which Diem has exerted from the beginning. One result of this grim dictatorship has been the growing alienation of the intelligentsia. Another has been the renewal of armed dissidents in the South. Lindum, Op. Cit. pp. 343 f. In the same volume, David Hotham, correspondent for the London Times and The Economist in Vietnam from 1955 to 1957, describes the pacification methods of the South Vietnamese army. They consist of killing, or arresting without either evidence or trial, large numbers of persons suspected of being Viet Minh or rebels. p. 359. Possibly these events had as much to do with the renewal of insurgency as Mao's musings about the East and the West wind. As to the shift from peaceful coexistence, it is interesting to note that the Third Party Congress of the Lao Dong Party of North Vietnam, in September 1, 960, announced a major defense cutback to finance economic development. At the time, P. Honey summarized the results of this Congress as indicating that Vietnam will follow the Russian policy of peaceful coexistence based on the possibility of avoiding war. North Vietnam's Party Congress, China Quarterly, No. 4, October to December 1, 960, p. 74, cited in Cahan and Lewis, Op. Cit. p. 116. Bernard Fall makes the same point. Last Reflections on a War, p. 203. Now, however, the official line is that at this Congress the Lao Dong Party set out on its attempt to conquer the South, and, as Hilsman puts it, Op. Cit. p. 419. The NLF was duly formed a few months later. For discussion of the forming of the NLF from somewhat more independent sources, see Buttinger, Op. Cit. Cahan middle dot. 291. Amarai California when power and the Enumanda are Bryan's. And Lewis, Op. Cit. And even Douglas Pike, Viet Cong, Cambridge, Mass., the MIT Press, 1966, all of whom present evidence to refute this claim, convenient for the purposes of State Department propaganda but otherwise without merit. 76. Air Campaigns of the Pacific War, American Air Force Publication, 1947. 77. China, The Other Communism, New York, Hill and Wang, Incorporated, 1967, pages 339 to 40. 78. The fact that this is known in Asia is apparently what frightens American planners like Walt Rostow, who points out that a primary threat posed by China is the possibility that the Chinese communists can prove to Asians by progress in China that communist methods are better and faster than democratic methods such as the democratic methods of South Vietnam, Taiwan, and South Korea. For example, Walt W. Rostow and R. W. Hatch, An American Policy in Asia, New York, Technology Press, and John Wiley & Sons, Incorporated, 1955, p. 6. The reality of this threat is clear from the mixed reactions to China's development in the Asian countries, a combination of fear and admiration. Frederick Clementi maintains, starting the industrialization race with lower production levels than India, with a ruptured administration frame and a larger population than India's and considerably less foreign aid at its disposal, the dramatic successes that one catapulted China into the slipstream of growth signalized the pivotal importance of the agrarian revolution, economic liberalism and underdevelopment. Bombay and London, Asia Publishing House, 1960. p. 309. He cites reports from China by Indian delegations in the mid-1950s which attribute Chinese success in collectivization, which appeared no less than a miracle, to a ferment in people's minds, not fear, and he himself concludes that the real success of the Chinese is the construction of a mass base of support, with rural activists from the Peasants' Associations, a development lacking in India. The ambivalence of bourgeoisian reaction to China is nicely reflected in a report of a visit to China by Philippine journalist Carmen Guerrero Nakbil in the Asia magazine, September 4, 1966. Awed as well as frightened, she describes with evident distaste the ever-present little figure in blue, never alone, who has emerged from the invincible chaos of civil war, famine, and social injustice and is now not an individual, but the social man, governed in his actions not by 292. The logic of withdrawal. Terror bore the state police but by the fear of social disgrace, by the very fact that he is a public man, committed to a vision of ultimate, uncompromising social truth. The report closes with an interview with a factory manager, who laughs as he discusses common production and international affairs. It is discomforting laughter. Why are they so happy? 79. The Bitter Heritage, Vietnam and American Democracy, Boston, Houghton Mifflin Company, 1967, p. 34. 80. Op. Cit. p. 150. 81. J. Robert Moskin, Our New Western Frontier, Look, May 30th, 1967, pages 36 to 37. 82. Quoted in D.F. Fleming, The Cold War and Its Origins, Garden City, N.Y., Doubleday and Company, Incorporated, 1967, Volume 1, p. 436. 83. Branson Clark, with Bernard Fall in Saigon, The Progressive, Volume 3 1, May 1st 96 7, pp. 3435. 84. According to Robert Chaplin, Letter from Saigon, New Yorker, March 2nd, 1968, pages 44 to 81. 85. Tom Wicker, New York Times, February 20th, 1968. 86. Jean-Claude Pomenty, Le Monde Hebdomadaire, February the 4th to the 8th, 1968. 87. Reuters, February 2nd 1968. The statistics may lack precision. They nevertheless tell us a good deal about the nature of the Battle of Hue. The American press has carried little direct reporting from Hue. Mark Ribot reports in Le Monde, April 1, 1968, that in the 10 days he spent in Hue in early April he saw 2 journalists, both Japanese, from an international press corps of 495. He cites as official statistics 4,100 civilians killed, 4,500 severely wounded, 8,000 of the city's 20,000 houses damaged or destroyed, the majority destroyed. Ribot attempted to see one of the mass graves of victims of the North Vietnamese troops that have been reported by the American mission, but without success. According to the information he could gather, ARVN behavior compared quite unfavorably with that of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong, though the deepest bitterness and resentment is directed against the Americans, whose blind and systematic bombardment have turned Hue into an assassinated city. 88. New York Times, February 14. 89. Boston Globe, February 24, 1968. 293. American Power and the new Mandarins. 90. New York Times, February 1, 1968. 91. Boston Globe, February 24, 1968. 92. Ibid, February 25, 1968. 93. See the account by Peter Annett, App, February 7, 968. 94. Bernard Weinraub, New York Times, February 2, 1968. 95. New York Times, April 4, 968. 96. Ibid, February 28, 968. 97. February 19, 1968, p. 39. Because of this report, Newsweek was banned from Saigon. The head of its Saigon bureau had already been banned from South Vietnam. 294. The Bitter Heritage. A review. As a contribution to our understanding of the Vietnam War, Arthur Schlesinger's Bitter Heritage does not seem to me to merit extensive discussion. As a contribution to our understanding of American ideology, it is of somewhat greater importance, as a specimen rather than a commentary. It is common, and quite legitimate, to identify a certain mainstream of political thought, which is, illegitimately, designated responsible thought, that stays within the rather narrow bounds of the prevailing ideology and does not challenge the conceptions, or the rationalizations, of those who have direct influence over decision-making. Schlesinger's position represents one extreme, the liberal wing of this responsible approach. He expresses with great clarity the liberal critique of the Vietnam War that developed when it became apparent that American force was probably not going to be able to suppress the Vietnamese. This essay is reprinted, with a few additional remarks, from Ramparts, Volume 5. April 1967. 295. American Power and the new Mandarins. Insurrection at an acceptable cost, to ourselves or to Vietnam. It is of more than historical interest to understand this critique, to determine the assumptions that underlie it, to appreciate the attitude towards the American role in international affairs that it reveals. It has always been possible that the Vietnamese affair might end in a global war or in an attempt by our former allies to construct a counterweight to American power. If the consequences are, on the other hand, something approaching the effective extermination of the Vietnamese, with no international repercussions, or a return of Vietnam to its own population with the withdrawal of the American Army of Occupation, then it is likely that we will revert to policies that fall within the responsible mainstream of thought and ideology, and that are illuminated by the kind of critique of the aberration of Vietnam where the situation escaped our control represented by Schlesinger's analysis. The essential feature of Schlesinger's critique of the American escalation in Vietnam is that it has a purely tactical basis. Elsewhere in these essays I have quoted his remark that, contrary to his expectations, the American attempt to suppress the resistance by widening the war might still meet with success, so that we may all be saluting the wisdom and statesmanship of the American government. Schlesinger's critique of the policy of escalation is pragmatic, in that it does not question our ends but only the likelihood of our achieving them. In this sense it is responsible criticism. It diverges from the approach of the Johnson administration, or for that matter, the position of the responsible critics who take a stronger imperialist position, only in its judgment as to the potential effectiveness of certain methods that are being employed in our attempt to organize Vietnamese society in our perceived interest and in what we determine to be the interests of the Vietnamese. Investigation 296. The Beta heritage of this liberal critique shows how remote from the mainstream of American opinion, that opinion which might be influential in decision-making, is a point of view that would be considered quite moderate in the spectrum of world opinion, namely, that the United States has no unilateral right to determine by force the course of development of the nations of the Third World. As a specimen of liberal American ideology, Schlesinger's book also provides some insight into one fairly significant aspect of the complex matter of imperialist expansion. No doubt ideology has its roots in real or at least perceived interests. It is, however, no novel observation that ideology can have a life of its own, contributing to the design and implementation of policy in a way that may, on occasion, even conflict with the interests from which it arose. The post-war American anti-communist paranoia provides many examples. In part, it provided a convenient and occasionally plausible justification for the kind of interventionism that had long characterized American policy, in never-extending domains. In part it no doubt functioned as an almost independent basis for specific policy decisions, leading to actions that go beyond what is demanded by the interests that foreign policy in a general way attempts to serve. Our China policy provides a number of examples of this phenomenon. Another is the behavior of the Eisenhower administration in Cuba in 1960, as described by Ambassador Philip Bonsall in Foreign Affairs, January 1, 1967. When the Castro government demanded that American and British oil refineries process Soviet rather than Venezuelan oil. Although the companies would probably have reluctantly gone along with their Castro government's request, strong pressure from Washington impelled them to refuse, leading to expropriation and a sharp worsening of Cuban-American relations. Such incidents, and there are many, are interesting for those concerned with. 297. American Power and Mandarins. The Dynamics of Imperialism in the Modern Period. Schlesinger's approach to the Vietnam War provides some understanding of the cultural factors that are involved in this complex interaction of real or perceived material interests, ideology, and government initiative. Schlesinger's critique of current Vietnam policy is also interesting because of the role of its author in the Kennedy administration, when much of the groundwork for the present tragedy in Vietnam was laid. In this respect, it is of some value to Washington watchers, that is, to those who are interested in determining how American foreign policy develops and how it appears to those involved in its implementation. It is, for example, of interest to learn of the extent to which Schlesinger attributes our present tribulations to bureaucratic stupidity rather than Machiavellian intent. He raises the question, which already haunts the American conscience, as to whether we are really carrying out this policy, as we constantly proclaim, to save the people we are methodically destroying, or are we doing it for less exalted purposes of our own? The question is not directly answered, but the implication is that stupidity and ignorance, rather than pursuit of self-interest, are to blame for the bitter heritage. Viewing the development of American policy from the outside, it seems not too difficult to construct a rationale. But Schlesinger's judgment must be given weight. After all, he was there. Still, it is questionable how widely Schlesinger's view of American innocence is shared. For example, he admits that there may appear to be a gigantic American effort at the encirclement and strangulation of China, but, he asserts, this is not our view of what we are doing, nor is it in fact what we are doing, though it really should not astonish us that a crew of dogmatic Marxist-Leninists should so interpret the extraordinary. 298. The bitter heritage. Nary deployment of American armies, navies and military bases thousands of miles from the United States and mobilized against no one but themselves. In fact, one need hardly be a dogmatic Marxist-Leninist to draw the conclusion that we are interested in encircling China. This is precisely, for example, the view of Charles Wolfe, senior economist of the Rand Corporation, who regards it as our major foreign policy task to make China willing to live with this fear of American encirclement. See the congressional hearings before the Subcommittee on the Far East and the Pacific, January 27, 1966. Schlesinger evidently thinks of his interpretation as consistent with our philosophical heritage: empirical, pragmatic, ironic, pluralistic, competitive. It just may be, however, that a more appropriate adjective is inane. Schlesinger is as aware of what we are doing in Vietnam as any reader of the New York Times or I.F. Stone's Weekly. He emphasizes that the war began as an insurrection within South Vietnam which, as it has gathered momentum, has attracted increasing support and direction from the North, and that their assault of our bombing of North Vietnam was to bring North Vietnamese forces south of the border, though on a scale which is dwarfed by our own invasion of the country. He realizes that if we continue the pursuit of total military victory, we will leave the tragic country gutted and devastated by bombs, burned by napalm, turned into a wasteland by chemical defoliation, the land of ruin and wreck, with its political and institutional fabric pulverized. He knows that our bombers roam over the hapless country, dumping more tonnage of explosives each month than we were dropping per month on all Europe and Africa during the Second World War, more in a year than we dropped on the entire Pacific during the Second World War. And he understands the effects on the civilian population. 299. American power and the innuendo are Brian's. Of this attack, unprecedented in scale in the history of warfare. All of this arouses in the author feelings of great compassion for President Johnson. No thoughtful American can withhold sympathy as President Johnson ponders the gloomy choices which lie ahead. It is not that Schlesinger is incapable of indignation. He is properly irate about the warfare in the shadows of the Viet Cong, their ambush and assassination and torture, leaving behind a trail of burned villages, shattered families and weeping women. The trail of burned villages is not further identified, but perhaps the cast of characters has become confused at this point, and he is not lacking in contempt for those who mob the Secretary of Defense or burn draft cards. One wonders whether he would have been equally offended by a comparable outpouring of emotion in Italy in 1935 or Russia in 1956. But as far as American actions are concerned, it is not only idle but unfair to seek out guilty men. Johnson and Humphrey are mere sentimental imperialists, fundamentally decent men with an Asian vision that is not dishonorable, interested in the salvation of Asia. Not unexpectedly, the Kennedy administration escapes any censure, except for its failure to keep up with the press reports of what was actually taking place. True, Kennedy introduced an army of over 15,000 men, nearly 3 times the size of the Condor Legion sent by Hitler to fight communism in a nearly civil war. But this was simply the politics of inadvertence. As to the crisis of credibility, the implication is that this too is a post-Kennedy phenomenon. No one would guess from reading this book that a white paper of December 1, 1961 was entitled A Threat to the Peace, North Vietnam's Effort to Conquer South Vietnam. Nor would the reader of the Bitter Heritage be likely to guess that not long before, its author was 300. The Bitter Heritage, referring to 1962 as not a bad year, with aggression checked in Vietnam, or reiterating, with apparent approval, a characterization of North Vietnam as the source of aggression, 1,000 days. Still, in basic respects, Schlesinger's approach to the conduct of international affairs has a certain internal consistency. He was opposed to the abortive Cuba invasion in 1961 because of his feeling that the planned deception was not likely to succeed, not out of any principled objection to such an action. Similarly, today, he refers with skepticism to Joseph Alsop's prediction that before too long the Vietnamese war will look successful from the American point of view, but adds that we all pray that Mr. Alsop will be right. The liberal view, Schlesinger style, differs from that of Alsop in 2 important respects. First, in its skepticism as to the immediacy of an American victory. Second, in its inability to imagine that any right-thinking American could fail to be in favor of an outright American victory, if only it could be achieved by the means now being employed, which will, to be sure, turn the country into a land of ruin and wreck. Thus we all pray that American armed might will be successful, but the more sophisticated of us doubt that Alsop's prediction will come true. Although Schlesinger now insists that aggression from the North will hardly do as an explanation for the war in South Vietnam, the old habits break through in his usage of the term the South Vietnamese. Thus our goal in Vietnam should be the creation and stabilization of secure areas where the South Vietnamese might themselves undertake social and institutional development. In fact, the areas where the South Vietnamese themselves have undertaken social and institutional development are those where the Viet Cong have been in control, for example, in large parts of the Mekong Delta prior to the brutal 301. American Power Andthenumandars. American and South Korean campaigns of the last few months. Ample documentation to support this conclusion is presented by Douglas Pike, who, in Schlesinger's judgment, is the most careful student of the Viet Cong, in his recent book, Viet Cong. It would seem, then, that if our goal is to allow the South Vietnamese themselves to undertake social and institutional development, we should simply withdraw, or at the very least permit negotiations among indigenous South Vietnamese forces to the exclusion of outside powers, among which, of course, we ourselves are dominant by an overwhelming margin. But the South Vietnamese that Schlesinger has in mind are those whose claim to legitimacy is based on American arms, including the South Vietnamese in the military junta. Thus, in his lexicon, South Vietnamese is to be understood rather in the manner of the Japanese terminology of a quarter of a century ago, in which the legitimate Chinese government was that of Wang Qingwei, the puppet ruler whom they installed. See page 194 above. The only appropriate comments regarding this conception of Rusk, Schlesinger, et al. Are those of the American note of December 30th, verse 938, to Japan, which denied that there is need or warrant for any one power to take upon itself to prescribe what shall be the terms and conditions of a new order in areas not under its sovereignty, and to constitute itself the repository of authority and the agent of destiny in regard thereto. In the same vein, Schlesinger's middle course would offer the Viet Cong the prospect of participating in the future political life of Vietnam, conditioned on their laying down their arms, opening up their territories and abiding by the ground rules of free elections. Since there is no compensating demand that the Americans withdraw and that the Saigon Army lay down their arms and open up their territories, Schlesinger's middle course. 302. The Beta Take, in essential respects, does not even go as far as the position of the Pentagon, which, on the surface at least, commits us to withdrawal after Viet Cong military units would be deactivated. Either proposal requests only that the other side surrender, after which we guarantee them political rights. A true middle course, demanding capitulation of no faction in the civil struggle, would advocate withdrawal of all foreign troops, American, South Korean, North Vietnamese, and other minor contingents, negotiations among existing political forces in South Vietnam, that is, the National Liberation Front, and whatever other forces still have not been crushed by Marshal Key's American-supported stormtroopers, to form a coalition government. As is admitted on all sides, adoption of this middle course would lead to the collapse of the Saigon regime, a fact which, along with the general unwillingness of the Saigon Army to fight or even remain in uniform, should lead us, as Schlesinger puts it, to wonder all the more about the political side of the war. This course has in fact been repeatedly proposed by the NLF, despite Schlesinger's blanket assertion that Hanoi and the Viet Cong will not negotiate so long as they think they can win. It is possible that the repeated Hanoi and NLF initiatives towards negotiation and their demand for a coalition government will prove to be a deception, but there is no doubt that it is a deception simply to deny the existence of these initiatives or to ignore the content of the NLF program, a program which, since 1960, has been calling for the formation of a broad national democratic coalition administration, including representatives of all strata of people, nationalities, political parties, religious communities, and patriotic personalities. See Cahan and Lewis, U.S. in Vietnam, Appendix 6b. Similarly, it is a deception to assert blandly, as Schlesinger. 303. American power and the Enumander are Brian's. Does that Hanoi has put such stress on the withdrawal of American troops as a condition precedent to negotiation, in the face of the frequent insistence from Hanoi that the demand for withdrawal is put forth as a basis for negotiations. Jean Laketure commented in La Nouvelle Observateur, January 1, 1967, that United States government officials are the last people on earth who are unaware of the fundamental elements of the NLF program of 1962. He might have added that Arthur Schlesinger seems the last person on earth to be unaware of the negotiation position of Hanoi and the NLF, stated, for example, by Premier Pham Van Dong, C.F. New York Times, April 14, 965, that recognition of the famous 4 points as a basis for a political settlement will create favorable conditions for such a settlement and make it possible to consider the reconvening of an international conference along the pattern of the 1954 Geneva Conference on Vietnam. Neither then nor since has withdrawal of American troops been demanded as a precondition for negotiations. Thus, Schlesinger's middle course appears to differ from the approach of the Joint Chiefs and the State Department only in tactical emphasis. All except the assumption that dispatch of an American expeditionary force of 500,000 men to take over the conduct of the war is defense of the interests of the South Vietnamese, whereas infiltration from the north is an aggressive attack on South Vietnam. In Schlesinger's case, this assumption takes the form of a proposal that the guerrillas capitulate, after which we will grant them political rights. Analogously, The president and his spokesman put forth the cynical demand that the North Vietnamese restrict or terminate their activities in the South without any compensating gesture on their side in South Vietnam. This same assumption takes its most ludicrous form when a State Department spokesman refers to resupply efforts. 304. The bitter hatred by the North Vietnamese during the Tet Truce as extra evidence that they were not sincere in their statement on negotiations, while maintaining that United States logistic operations carried out during the truce period were different because they did not send men and supplies across the border into North Vietnam but were in South Vietnam only. New York Times, February 1, 7, 196-7. To go back to earlier precedents, it is the same attitude that permits Schlesinger, in his 8,000 Days, to express its horror at the discovery of Cuban arms cached in Venezuela, but to think nothing of the extensive American military aid that has been used to institute or support repressive regimes throughout the continent. The underlying assumption is that the United States does have a warrant to take upon itself to prescribe what shall be the terms and conditions of a new order in areas not under its sovereignty and to constitute itself the repository of authority and the agent of destiny in regard thereto. Every competent observer has pointed out that the war in South Vietnam has been between the large, professionally trained army of an unpopular government and the amateur military wing of a strong, nationalistically based political movement in which the communists have formed the spearhead, Michael Field, the prevailing wind. For this reason, the Saigon authorities have never wavered from their demand, expressed in a statement of March 1, 1965, that negotiations are unthinkable unless the communists show their sincerity by withdrawing beforehand their armed units and their political cadres from South Vietnamese territory, italics mine. The demand is appropriate. By their own repeated admission, the Saigon authorities have no hope of maintaining themselves in an open political arena. It is hardly necessary to document the fact that this has been the dominant American position as well. 305. American power and THENU Mandarins. In effect, as Schlesinger himself emphasizes. Furthermore, Schlesinger has no illusions about the character of the puppet regime in Saigon. He proposes, then, that we should encourage a pro-peasant regime to come into existence, a government which enlists enthusiastic popular support in the countryside. He does not raise the question of how this is possible when a country is under American military occupation, or why one should expect the policy makers of the Kennedy-Johnson administrations to be capable of such a total reorientation of approach. But perhaps some light is shed on Schlesinger's conception of democratic processes by his characterization of the 1966 elections in South Vietnam as that valiant try at self-government which excited such idealistic hopes in the United States. He does not see fit to mention that in this valiant try at self-government, communists and neutralists whose actions might be advantageous to the communists were, by law, excluded from the ballot, nor does he comment on the conditions, reported widely in the press, under which campaigning and voting took place. In fact, his evaluation of this election recalls the remarks of his occasional adversary Dean Rusk, according to whom the provincial elections of L/Fay 1965 from our point of view were free elections, August 25, 1965. Under the Rusk-Schlesinger concept of free elections, it is not unimaginable that free elections can be conducted under American military occupation. Schlesinger grants that the regime we have imposed in Vietnam is that of a new class of nouveau Mandarins, that it is pervaded by nepotism, corruption and cynicism, and he admits that our military policy is simply one of devastating the land and annihilating the helpless population. One might suppose, then, that he would suggest American withdrawal. In fact, he he says very little about this possibility, dismissing it out of 308. The bitter heritage. And because it would have ominous reverberations throughout Asia, because it would be humiliating, and because of our moral obligations to those whom we have supported and encouraged. The argument is hardly convincing. Our moral obligations, such as they may be, can be met by resettling those whom Schlesinger describes as the Frankenstein's monsters we delight in creating in our client countries, and their cohorts, say, in Arizona. The humiliation of withdrawal hardly compares with the national disgrace of a policy of scorched earth and mass murder. It is difficult to imagine anything more ominous for backward Asian countries than a permanent military presence of the sort we are rapidly constructing on the borders of China. Schlesinger's middle course is one that, if successful, will leave the United States as dominant as it is in the Philippines, hardly an attractive prospect. If anything, will lead this nation to defile its oldest ideals and disgrace itself in the eyes of the world and its own posterity, it is a willingness to tolerate any barbarism, so long as it can succeed, and to raise tears of protest only when total victory seems beyond our grasp. 307. Some thoughts on intellectuals in the schools. In happier times, I would have liked to approach the topic of this symposium in a rather technical and professional way, asking how students might best be exposed to the leading ideas and the most stimulating and penetrating thought in the fields that particularly interest me, how they might be helped to experience the pleasures of discovery and of deepening insight and be given an opportunity to make their own individual contribution to contemporary culture. At this particular historical moment, however, there are other, more pressing matters. As I write, the radio is bringing the first reports of the bombings of Hanoi and Haiphong. In itself, this is no atrocity by contemporary standards, surely no atrocity, for example, as compared with the American assault on the rural population of. This essay was first printed in the Harvard Educational Review, Volume 36, Fall 1966, pages 484-91, in a special issue devoted to a symposium on the topic American Intellectuals and the Schools. Copyright 1966 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College. 309. American Power ANDTHEN Mandarins. South Vietnam for the past year. But the symbolism of this act casts its shadow over any critique of American institutions. When the bombings of North Vietnam began, Jean Lecture commented aptly that these acts, and the document produced to justify them, simply revealed that the American leaders regard themselves as having the right to strike where and when they wish. They reveal, in effect, that these leaders regard the world as an American preserve, to be governed and organized in accordance with superior American wisdom and to be controlled, if necessary, by American power. At this moment of national disgrace, as American technology is running amok in Southeast Asia, a discussion of American schools can hardly avoid noting the fact that these schools are the first training ground for the troops that will enforce the muted, unending terror of the status quo in the coming years of a projected American century, for the technicians who will be developing the means for extension of American power, for the intellectuals who can be counted on, in significant measure, to provide the ideological justification for this particular form of barbarism and to decry the irresponsibility and lack of sophistication of those who will find all of this intolerable and revolting. 30 years ago, Franz Borkenau concluded a brilliant study of the crushing of the popular revolution in Spain with this comment: in this tremendous contrast with previous revolutions when fact is reflected. Before these latter years, counter-revolution usually depended upon the support of reactionary powers, which were technically and intellectually inferior to the forces of revolution. This has changed with the advent of fascism. Now, every revolution is likely to meet the attack of the most modern, most efficient, most truthless machinery yet in existence. It means that the age of revolutions free to evolve according to their own laws is over. 1. 310. Some thoughts on intellectuals and the schools. It would have taken a fair amount of foresight, at that time, to realize that the prediction would be proved accurate, with substitution of liberal imperialism for fascism, and that the United States would, in a generation, be employing the most efficient and most truthless machinery in existence to ensure that revolutionary movements will not evolve according to their own laws, to guarantee that its own particular concept of civilization and justice and order will prevail, and it would have required considerable insight, in the late 1930s, to realize that before too long a reformist American administration with a welfare state domestic orientation would be doing its utmost to prove the correctness of Marx's grim observation about this concept of civilization and justice and order. The civilization and justice of bourgeois order comes out in its lurid light whenever the slaves and drudges of that order rise against their masters. Then this civilization and justice stand forth as undisguised savagery and lawless revenge. It is conceivable that American actions in Vietnam are simply a single outburst of criminal insanity, of no general or long-range significance except to the miserable inhabitants of that tortured land. It is difficult, however, to put much credence in this possibility. In half a dozen Latin American countries there are guerrilla movements that are approaching the early stages of the Second Vietnamese War, and the American reaction is, apparently, comparable. That is, American arms are used to attack guerrilla forces and to dry up the sea in which they swim, in the Maoist terminology affected by the military, and American advisers guide and train the troops which, as Latin American liberals observe, are needed only to occupy their own country in the interests of domestic ruling classes and northern capital. In these countries it has not yet become necessary, as in Vietnam, to convert the fact of communist involvement into the myth of 31-1. American power and the innuendo are Brian's. Communist aggression in justification of open United States control of the counter-revolutionary forces, nor has the time yet arrived for application of the full arsenal of terror in support of the regime selected as most favorable to American interests. But it seems that this next step is fully expected. In La Nouvelle Observateur, the peasant organizer Francisco Julião was recently quoted as certain of United States intervention when rebellion breaks out in the Brazilian northeast provinces. Others, less well known, have expressed themselves similarly. There is little basis, in history or logic, for supposing them to be wrong. Little basis, that is, apart from the kind of sentimentality that sees the United States, alone among nations, as a selfless, if rather oafish, public benefactor, devoted only to projects of international goodwill, though frequently blundering in an excess of warm-hearted generosity. One should no doubt take seriously the insistence of administration spokesmen that one purpose of the present violence is to prove that wars of national liberation cannot succeed, to demonstrate, that is, in the clearest and most explicit terms, that any revolutionary movement that we unilaterally, as in Vietnam, designate as illegitimate will face the most efficient and ruthless machinery that can be developed by modern technology. In minor ways, world opinion can serve as some kind of brake on full-scale utilization of the technology of terror and destruction. There has, as yet, been no use of nuclear weapons in Vietnam, and although rural populations are considered fair game for any sort of military attack, urban areas, where the butchery would be more evident to the outside world, are still relatively immune. Similarly, the use of gas attacks and chemical warfare has been extended only slowly, as habituation permits each gradual increment to pass unnoticed. But ultimately, the only effective break can be popular revulsion en masse. 312. Some thoughts on intellectuals and the schools. Scale in the United States itself. Consequently, the level of culture that can be achieved in the United States is a life and death matter for large masses of suffering humanity. This too is a fact that must color any discussion of contemporary American institutions. It is easy to be carried away by the sheer horror of what the daily press reveals and to lose sight of the fact that this is merely the brutal exterior of a deeper crime, of commitment to a social order that guarantees endless suffering and humiliation and denial of elementary human rights. It is tragic that the United States should have become, in Toynbee's words, the leader of a worldwide anti-revolutionary movement in defense of vested interests. For American intellectuals and for the schools, there is no more vital issue than this indescribable tragedy. No one would seriously propose that the schools attempt to deal directly with such contemporary events as the American attack on the rural population of Vietnam or the backgrounds in recent history for the atrocities that are detailed in the mass media. No sane person would have expected the schools in France, for example, to explore the character of unjustification for the Algerian War, or the schools in Russia to have dealt honestly with the crushing of the Hungarian Revolution, or the schools in Italy to have analysed the invasion of Ethiopia in an objective way, or the schools in England to have exposed the contemporary suppression of Irish nationalism. But it is perhaps not ridiculous to propose that the schools might direct themselves to something more abstract, to an attempt to offer students some means for defending themselves from the onslaught of the massive government propaganda apparatus, from the natural bias of the mass media, and to turn specifically to our present topic from the equally natural tendency of significant. 313. American Parano the Mandarins. Segments of the American intellectual community to offer their allegiance, not to truth and justice, but to power and the effective exercise of power. It is frightening to observe the comparative indifference of American intellectuals to the immediate actions of their government and its long-range policies, and their frequent willingness, often eagerness to play a role in implementing these policies. This is not the place to illustrate in detail. In any event, I do not command the rhetoric to speak, in the only accurate and appropriate terms, of the actual conduct of the war and the way it has been tolerated at home. But more superficial examples make the point well enough. Only marginal groups of American academics have reacted to the fact that, while the United States stands in the way of the only sort of meaningful negotiations, namely, negotiations among indigenous South Vietnamese political forces to the exclusion of the foreign invaders from the United States and Korea, and, on a vastly different scale, from North Vietnam, it nevertheless is able to persist in its pretense of interest in a negotiated settlement with no outcry of protest against this farce. When Secretary Rusk openly admits that we cannot accept the North Vietnamese proposals of April 1965 because they require that the Saigon government be supplanted by a broad, national democratic coalition representing existing political forces in the country, there is no public denunciation of the cynicism of the position he upholds. When the press reports that the Electoral Law Commission in South Vietnam faces the awesome task of running honest elections while making sure that the communists do not win and that no communists or neutralists whose actions are advantageous to the communists appear on the ballot, there is little editorial comment, few letters to the editor, no general dismay. There is little point in. 314. Some thoughts on intellectuals and the schools. Multiplying examples. One can only be appalled at the willingness of American intellectuals, who, after all, have access to the facts, to tolerate or even approve of this deceitfulness and hypocrisy. Instead of shocked denunciations, we hear and read mock serious discussions of the rationality of the American attempt to drive the North Vietnamese by force towards the negotiations that they had been demanding, of the sincere American desire to permit the South Vietnamese people to elect freely the government of their choice, now that the domestic opposition has been crushed and all communist and neutralist candidates excluded, of the great complexity of international affairs, which, strangely, did not seem to justify Russian domination of East Europe or the Japanese attempt to impose a new order in Asia, of the judicious restraint of the administration, presumably, in refraining from genocide at a single stroke, and so on. Or what is worse, we read of the bedrock vital interest of the United States in demonstrating that its military power, once committed for whatever reason, cannot be forced to withdraw, a viewpoint which, had it been accepted by the world's second superpower as well, would have brought the history of Western civilization to a close in 1962, and which, if consistently pursued, must lead either to a Pax Americana or to a devastating world conflict. Traditionally, the role of the intellectual, or at least his self-image, has been that of a dispassionate critic. Insofar as that role has been lost, the relation of the schools to intellectuals should, in fact, be one of self-defense. This is a matter that should be seriously considered. It is, to be sure, ridiculous to propose that the schools, in any country, deal objectively with contemporary history. They cannot sufficiently free themselves from the pressures of ideology for that. But it is not necessarily absurd to suppose that in Western democracies, at least, 3:15. American power and the Enumander RINS. Should be possible to study in a fairly objective way the national scandals of the past. It might be possible in the United States to study, let us say, the American occupation of the Philippines, leaving implicit its message for the present. Suppose that high school students were exposed to the best of current American scholarship, for example, George Taylor's recent study for the Council on Foreign Relations, the Philippines and the United States. Here they would learn how, half a century after the bloody suppression of the native independence movement at a cost of well over 1,000,000 lives in the years 1898-1900, the country achieved nominal independence and the surface forms of democracy. They would also learn that the United States is guaranteed long-term military bases and unparalleled economic privileges, that for 3/4 of the population, living standards have not risen since the Spanish occupation, that 70% of the population is estimated to have tuberculosis, that profits flowing to the United States have exceeded new investment in each post-war year, that the democratic forms give a new legitimacy to an old elite, allied now to American interests. They would read that colonial policy had tended to consolidate the power of an oligarchy that profited from the free trade relationship and would be likely to respect, after independence, the rights and privileges of Americans, that economically, the contrast between the small upper class and the rest of the population is one of the most extreme in Asia, that the consequences of American colonial policy were that little was done to improve the lot of the average Filipino, and that the Philippine economy was tied to the American to the advantage of the few, and so on. They would then read the book's final recommendation, that we go on with our good work, in spite of our many shortcomings. The record shows that we are more than equal to the task. It is at 316. Some thoughts on intellectuals and the schools. Least possible that to a young mind, still uncontaminated by cant and sophistry, such a study can teach a revealing lesson, not only about what American dominance is likely to mean concretely in the Third World, but also about the way in which American intellectuals are likely to interpret this impact. In general, The history of imperialism and of imperialist apologia, particularly as seen from the point of view of those at the wrong end of the guns, should be a central part of any civilized curriculum. But there are other aspects to a program of intellectual self-defense that should not be overlooked. In an age of science and technology, it is inevitable that their prestige will be employed as an ideological instrument specifically. That the social and behavioral sciences will in various ways be made to serve in defense of national policy or as a mask for special interest. It is not merely that intellectuals are strongly tempted, in a society that offers them prestige and affluence, to take what is now called a pragmatic attitude, in a perverse sense of pragmatism which is, sad to say, not without some historical justification, as shown in The Dewey-born Interchange during the First World War. See introduction, pages 5-7, that is, an attitude that one must accept, not critically analyze or struggle to change, the existing distribution of power, domestic or international, and the political realities that flow from it, and must work only for slow measures of improvement in a technological, piecemeal manner. It is not merely that having taken this position, conceivably with some justification, at a particular historical moment, one is strongly tempted to provide it with an ideological justification of a very general sort. Rather, what we must also expect is that political elites will use the terminology of the social and behavioral sciences to protect their actions from critical analysis. The non-specialist does not, after all, presume to tell physicists and Ng. 31t. American Power and Mandarins. Nears how to build an atomic reactor. And for any particular action, experts can certainly be found in the universities who will solemnly testify as to its appropriateness and realism. This is not a matter of speculation. Thus we already find, in Conger's final testimony, the proposal by a leading political scientist that we try to impose mass starvation on a quarter of the human race, if their government does not accept our dictates. And it is commonly argued that the free-floating intellectual, who is now outdated, has no business questioning the conclusions of the professional expert, equipped with the tools of modern science. This situation again carries a lesson for the schools, one to which teachers in particular should be quite sensitive, bombarded as they have been laying recent years by authoritative conclusions about what has been demonstrated with regard to human learning, language, and so on. The social and behavioral sciences should be seriously studied not only for their intrinsic interest, but so that the student can be made quite aware of exactly how little they have to say about the problems of man and society that really matter. They should, furthermore, be studied in the context of the physical sciences, so that the student can be brought to appreciate clearly the limits of their intellectual content. This can be an important way to protect a student from the propaganda of the future, and to put him in a position to comprehend the true nature of the means that are sure to be used to conceal the real significance of domestic or international policy. Suppose, however, that contrary to all present indications, the United States will stop short of using its awesome resources of violence and devastation to impose its passionately held ideology and its approved form of social organization on large areas of the world. Suppose, that is, that American policy ceases. 318. Some thoughts on intellectuals in the schools. To be dominated by the principles that were crudely outlined by President Truman almost 20 years ago, when he suggested in a famous and important speech that the basic freedom is freedom of enterprise and that the whole world should adopt the American system, which could survive in America only if it became a world system. See note 82, page 293. it would nevertheless remain true that the level of culture that can be achieved in the United States is a matter of overwhelming importance for the rest of the world. If we want to be truly utopian, we may consider the possibility that American resources might be used to alleviate the terrorism that seems to be an inevitable correlate of modernization, if we can judge from past and present history. We can conceive of the possibility that the schools, or the intellectuals, might pay serious attention to questions that have been posed for centuries, that they might ask whether society must, indeed, be a Hobbesian bellum omnium contra omnes, and might inquire into the contemporary meaning of Rousseau's protest that it is contrary to natural right that a handful of men be glutted with superfluities while the starving multitude lacks necessities. They might raise the moral issue faced, or avoided, by one who enjoys his wealth and privilege undisturbed by the knowledge that half of the children born in Nicaragua will not reach 5 years of age, or that only a few miles away there is unspeakable poverty, brutal suppression of human rights, and almost no hope for the future, and they might raise the intellectual issue of how this can be changed. They might ask, with Keynes, how long we must continue to exalt some of the most distasteful of human qualities into the position of the highest virtues, setting up avarice and usury and precaution as our gods, and pretending to ourselves that fair is foul and foul is fair, for foul is useful and fair is not. If American intellectuals will be preoccupied with 319. American power and the Mandarins. Such questions as these, they can have an invaluable civilizing influence on society and on the schools. If, as is more likely, they regard them with disdain as mere sentimental nonsense, then our children will have to look elsewhere for enlightenment and guidance. Endnotes. 1. The Spanish Cockpit, 1938. Reprinted Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1963, pages 288 to 89. 2. This essay was written in June 1966. It now goes to press again in May 1, 968. On the use of gas in Vietnam, see Seymour Hersh, Poison Gas in Vietnam, New York Review of Books, May 9. First 968. On Current Plans for Chemical Warfare, Science, May 24, First 968, contains the following note, p. 863. Is panded chemical warfare, the Air Force has told Congress that it will spend $70.8 million on 10 million gallons of chemicals used for Vietnam defoliation and crop kill nilg in the fiscal year beginning the 1st of July, a $24.9 million increase over this year's figure. Next year's expanded efforts are in line with a continuing increase in the U.S. chemical warfare program in Vietnam. In the first 9 months of 1967, 843,606 acres in Vietnam were drenched with defoliants and 400 acres with crop-killing chemicals, a figure which slightly exceeded the totals from the whole of 1966. In its issue of May 1, 968, Science carries a letter by Thomas Zero Berry of the Harvard University Forest, who comments as follows on chemical warfare, p. 601. The DoD can raise the red herring of long-term effects, but there can be no doubt about the short-term effects. 2,4-D and 2,4,5-T kill the green vegetation. When followed by firebombs, the dead foliage and twigs burn, as they did on some 100,000 acres, about 40,000 hectares, in the Iron Triangle last spring. Through the simple process of starvation, the land without green foliage will quickly become a land without insects, without birds, without animal life of any form. News photographs and on-the-spot descriptions indicate that some areas have been sprayed repeatedly to 3,241. Some thoughts on intellectuals and the schools assure a complete kill of the vegetation. There can be no doubt that the DoD is, in the short run, going beyond mere genocide to biocide. It commandeered the entire U.S. production of 2,4,5T for 1967 and 1968, some 13 to 14 million pounds, 6.36 million kilos, according to U.S. Tariff Commission reports. If one combines this with the other chemicals the DoD concedes it is using, there is a sufficient amount to kill 97% of the above-ground vegetation on over 10 million acres of land, about 4 million hectares, an area so big that it would require over 60 years for a man to walk on each acre. The long-term effects of spraying such an area may be imponderable, but the short-term effects of using these chemicals are certain. A lot of leaves, trees, rice plants, and other vegetation are dead or dying, and a lot of insects, birds, animals, and a few humans have either migrated or died of starvation. The North Vietnamese are fortunate they have only bombs to contend with. 321. The responsibility of intellectuals. 20 years ago, Dwight MacDonald published a series of articles in Politics on the responsibilities of peoples, and specifically, the responsibility of intellectuals. I read them as an undergraduate, in the years just after the war, and had occasion to read them again a few months ago. They seem to me to have lost none of their power or persuasiveness. MacDonald is concerned with the question of war guilt. He asks the question, to what extent were the German or Japanese people responsible for the atrocities committed by their governments? And, quite properly, he turns the question back to us. To what extent are the British or American people responsible for the vicious terror bombings of civilians, perfected as a technique of warfare by the Western democracies and reaching their culmination in? This is a revised version of a talk given at Harvard and published in Mosaic, June 1966. It appeared in substantially this form in the New York Review of Books, February 23, 1967. The present version is reprinted from Theodore Osczak, ed., The Dissenting Academy, New York, Pantheon Books. 1968. 323. American Power and the NU Mandarins. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, surely among the most unspeakable crimes in history. To an undergraduate in 1945-1946, to anyone whose political and moral consciousness had been formed by the horrors of the 1930s, by the war in Ethiopia, the Russian Purge, the China Incident, the Spanish Civil War, the Nazi atrocities, the Western reaction to these events and, in part, complicity in them, these questions had particular significance and poignancy. With respect to the responsibility of intellectuals, there are still other, equally disturbing questions. Intellectuals are in a position to expose the lies of governments, to analyze actions according to their causes and motives and often hidden intentions. In the Western world at least, they have the power that comes from political liberty, from access to information and freedom of expression. For a privileged minority, Western democracy provides the leisure, the facilities, and the training to seek the truth lying hidden behind the veil of distortion and misrepresentation, ideology, and class interest through which the events of current history are presented to us. The responsibilities of intellectuals, then, are much deeper than what MacDonald calls the responsibility of peoples, given the unique privileges that intellectuals enjoy. The issues that MacDonald raised are as pertinent today as they were 20 years ago. we can hardly avoid asking ourselves to what extent the American people bear responsibility for the savage American assault on a largely helpless rural population in Vietnam, still another atrocity in what Asians see as the Vasco da Gama era of world history. As for those of us who stood by in silence and apathy as this catastrophe slowly took shape over the past dozen years, on what page of history do we find a proper place? Only the most insensible can escape these questions. I want to return to them later on, after. 324. The responsibility of intellectuals. A few scattered remarks about the responsibility of intellectuals and how, in practice, they go about meeting this responsibility in the myth L960s. It is the responsibility of intellectuals to speak the truth and to expose lies. This, at least, may seem enough of a truism to pass without comment. Not so, however. For the modern intellectual, it is not at all obvious. Thus we have Martin Heidegger writing, in a pro-Hitler declaration of 1933, that truth is the revelation of that which makes a people certain, clear, and strong in its action and knowledge. It is only this kind of truth that one has a responsibility to speak. Americans tend to be more forthright. When Arthur Schlesinger was asked by the New York Times, in November 1, 965, to explain the contradiction between his published account of the Bay of Pigs incident and the story he had given the press at the time of the attack, he simply remarked that he had lied, and a few days later, he went on to compliment the Times for also having suppressed information on the planned invasion, in the national interest, as this was defined by the group of arrogant and deluded men of whom Schlesinger gives such a flattering portrait in his recent account of the Kennedy administration. It is of no particular interest that one man is quite happy to lie in behalf of a cause which he knows to be unjust, but it is significant that such events provoke so little response in the intellectual community. No feeling, for example, that there is something strange in the offer of a major chair in humanities to a historian who feels it to be his duty to persuade the world that an American-sponsored invasion of a nearby country is nothing of the sort. And what of the incredible sequence of lies on the part of our government and its spokesman concerning such matters as negotiations in Vietnam? The facts are known to all who care to know. The press, foreign and domestic, has presented documentation to. 325. American power and the new Mandarins. Refute each falsehood as it appears. But the power of the government propaganda apparatus is such that the citizen who does not undertake a research project on the subject can hardly hope to confront government pronouncements with fact. 1. The deceit and distortion surrounding the American invasion of Vietnam are by now so familiar that they have lost their power to shock. It is therefore well to recall that although new levels of cynicism are constantly being reached, their clear antecedents were accepted at home with quiet toleration. It is a useful exercise to compare government statements at the time of the invasion of Guatemala in 1954 with Eisenhower's admission to be more accurate. His boast a decade later that American planes were sent to help the invaders. Nor is it only in moments of crisis that duplicity is considered perfectly in order. New frontiersmen, for example, have scarcely distinguished themselves by a passionate concern for historical accuracy, even when they are not being called upon to provide a propaganda cover for ongoing actions. For example, Arthur Schlesinger describes the bombing of North Vietnam and the massive escalation of military commitment in early 1965 as based on a perfectly rational argument. So long as the Viet Cong thought they were going to win the war, they obviously would not be interested in any kind of negotiated settlement. 3. The date is important. Had the statement been made 6 months earlier, one could attribute it to ignorance. But this statement appeared after months of front-page news reports detailing the United Nations, North Vietnamese, and Soviet initiatives that preceded the February 1965 escalation and that, in fact, continued for several weeks after the bombing began, after months of soul-searching by Washington correspondents who were trying desperately to find some mitigating circumstances for the startling deception that had been revealed. Chalmers Roberts, 4. 326. The responsibility of intellectuals. Example, wrote with unconscious irony that late February 1965 hardly seemed to Washington to be a propitious moment for negotiations, since L/Fr. Johnson had just ordered the first bombing of North Vietnam in an effort to bring Hanoi to a conference table where bargaining chips on both sides would be more closely matched. 4. Coming at this moment, Schlesinger's statement is less an example of a deceit than of contempt for an audience that can be expected to tolerate such behavior with silence, if not approval. 5. To turn to someone closer to the actual formation and implementation of policy, consider some of the reflections of Walt Rostow, a man who, according to Schlesinger, brought a spacious historical view to the conduct of foreign affairs in the Kennedy administration. 6. According to his analysis, the guerrilla warfare in Indochina in 1946 was launched by Stalin, 7, and Hanoi initiated the guerrilla war against South Vietnam in 1958. The view from the 7th floor, pp. 39 and 152. Similarly, the communist planners probed the free world spectrum of defense in northern Azerbaijan and Greece, where Stalin supported substantial guerrilla warfare. pp. 36 and 148, operating from plans carefully laid in 1945. And in Central Europe, the Soviet Union was not prepared to accept a solution which would remove the dangerous tensions from Central Europe at the risk of even slowly staged growth of communism in East Germany. Ibid. p. 156. It is interesting to compare these observations with studies by scholars actually concerned with historical events. The remark about Stalin's initiating the First Vietnamese War in 1946 does not even merit refutation. As to Hanoi's purported initiative of 1958, the situation is more clouded. But even government sources concede that in 1959 Hanoi received the first direct reports of what Diem referred to as his own Algerian War, and 327. American Power Andthenumandars. That only after this did they lay their plans to involve themselves in this struggle. In fact, in December 1958 Hanoi made another of its many attempts, rebuffed once again by Saigon and the United States, to establish diplomatic and commercial relations with the Saigon government on the basis of the status quo. 10. Rostow offers no evidence of Stalin's support for the Greek guerrillas. In fact, though the historical record is far from clear, it seems that Stalin was by no means pleased with the adventurism of the Greek guerrillas, who, from his point of view, were upsetting the satisfactory post-war imperialist settlement. 11. Rostow's remarks about Germany are more interesting still. He does not see fit to mention, for example, the Russian notes of March-April 1, 1952. Which proposed unification of Germany under internationally supervised elections, with withdrawal of all troops within a year, if there was a guarantee that a reunified Germany would not be permitted to join a Western military alliance. 12. And he has also momentarily forgotten his own characterization of the strategy of the Truman and Eisenhower administrations to avoid any serious negotiation with the Soviet Union until the West could confront Moscow with German rearmament within an organized European framework, as a fait accompli. 13. To be sure, in defiance of the Potsdam Agreements. But most interesting of all is Rostow's reference to Iran. The facts are that there was a Russian attempt to impose by force a pro-Soviet government in northern Azerbaijan that would grant the Soviet Union access to Iranian oil. This was rebuffed by superior Anglo-American force in 1946, at which point the more powerful imperialism obtained full rights to Iranian oil for itself, with the installation of a pro-Western government. We recall what happened when, for a brief period in the early 328. Some thoughts on intellectuals and the schools. 1950s. The only Iranian government with something of a popular base experimented with a curious idea that Iranian oil should belong to the Iranians. What is interesting, however, is the description of northern Azerbaijan as part of the free world spectrum of defense. It is pointless, by now, to comment on the debasement of the phrase free world. But by what law of nature does Iran, with its resources, fall within Western dominion? The bland assumption that it does is most revealing of deep-seated attitudes towards the conduct of foreign affairs. In addition to this growing lack of concern for truth, we find, in recent statements, a real or feigned naivety with regard to American actions that reaches startling proportions. For example, Arthur Schlesinger has recently characterized our Vietnamese policies of 1954 as part of our general program of international goodwill. 14 unless intended as irony, this remark shows either a colossal cynicism or an inability, on the scale that defies comment, to comprehend elementary phenomena of contemporary history. Similarly, what is one to make of the testimony of Thomas Schelling before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, January 27, 1966, in which he discusses the two great dangers if all Asia goes communist? 15 First, this would exclude the United States and what we call Western civilization from a large part of the world that is poor and colored and potentially hostile. Second, a country like the United States probably cannot maintain self-confidence if just about the greatest thing it ever attempted, namely to create the basis for decency and prosperity and democratic government in the underdeveloped world, had to be acknowledged as a failure or as an attempt that we wouldn't try again. It surpasses belief that a person with even minimal acquaintance with the record of American foreign policy could produce such statements. It surpasses belief, that is, unless we look at the matter from a. 329. American power and Mandarins. More historical point of view, and place such statements in the context of the hypocritical moralism of the past, for example, of Woodrow Wilson, who was going to teach the Latin Americans the art of good government, and who wrote, 1902, that it is our peculiar duty to teach colonial peoples order and self-control, and the drill and habit of law and obedience. Or of the missionaries of the 1840s, who described the hideous and degrading opium wars as the result of a great design of Providence to make the wickedness of men subserve his purposes of mercy toward China, in breaking through her wall of exclusion, and bringing the empire into more immediate contact with Western and Christian nations. Or, to approach the present, of A. Abel, who, in commenting on the Dominican intervention, has the impertinence to attribute the problems of the Caribbean countries to imperialism, Russian imperialism. 16. As a final example of this failure of skepticism, consider the remarks of Henry Kissinger in concluding his presentation in a Harvard-Oxford television debate on American Vietnam policies. He observed, rather sadly, that what disturbs him most is that others question not our judgment but our motives, a remarkable comment on the part of one whose professional concern is political analysis, that is, analysis of the actions of governments in terms of motives that are unexpressed in official propaganda and perhaps only dimly perceived by those whose acts they govern. No one would be disturbed by an analysis of the political behavior of Russians, French, or Tanzanians, questioning their motives and interpreting their actions in terms of long-range interests, perhaps well concealed behind official rhetoric. But it is an article of faith that American motives are pure and not subject to analysis. See Note 1. Although it is nothing new in American intellectual history or, for that matter, 330. The responsibility of intellectuals. 2. In the general history of imperialist apologia, this innocence becomes increasingly distasteful as the power it serves grows more dominant in world affairs and more capable, therefore, of the unconstrained viciousness that the mass media present to us each day. We are hardly the first power in history to combine material interests, great technological capacity, and an utter disregard for the suffering and misery of the lower orders. The long tradition of naivety and self-righteousness that disfigures our intellectual history, however, must serve as a warning to the Third World, if such a warning is needed, as to how our protestations of sincerity and benign intent are to be interpreted. The basic assumptions of the new frontiersman should be pondered carefully by those who look forward to the involvement of academic intellectuals in politics. For example, I have referred to Arthur A. Schlesinger's objections to the Bay of Pigs invasion, but the reference was imprecise. True, he felt that it was a terrible idea, but not because the notion of sponsoring an exile attempt to overthrow Castro seemed intolerable in itself. Such a reaction would be the merest sentimentality, unthinkable to a tough-minded realist. The difficulty, rather, was that it seemed unlikely that the deception could succeed. The operation, in his view, was ill-conceived but not otherwise objectionable. 17 In a similar vein, Schlesinger quotes with approval Kennedy's realistic assessment of the situation resulting from Trujillo's assassination. There are three possibilities in descending order of preference: a decent democratic regime, a continuation of the Trujillo regime, or a Castro regime. We ought to aim at the first, but we really can't renounce the seconds until we are sure that we can avoid the third. 18 The reason why the third possibility is so intolerable is explained a few pages later. Communist success in Latin America would. 33-1. Amarai California when power and the new Mandarins deal a much harder blow to the power and influence of the United States. Of course, we can never really be sure of avoiding the third possibility. Therefore, in practice, we will always settle for the second, as we are now doing in Brazil and Argentina, for example. 19. Or consider Walter Ostau's views on American policy in Asia. 20 The basis on which we must build this policy is that we are openly threatened and we feel menaced by Communist China. To prove that we are menaced is of course unnecessary, and the matter receives no attention. It is enough that we feel menaced. Our policy must be based on our national heritage and our national interests. Our national heritage is briefly outlined in the following terms. Throughout the 19th century, in good conscience, Americans could devote themselves to the extension of both their principles and their power on this continent, making use of the somewhat elastic concept of the Monroe Doctrine and, of course, extending the American interests to Alaska and the mid-Pacific Islands. Both our insistence on unconditional surrender and the idea of post-war occupation represented the formulation of American security interests in Europe and Asia. So much for our heritage. As to our interests, the matter is equally simple. Fundamental is our profound interest that societies abroad develop and strengthen those elements in their respective cultures that elevate and protect the dignity of the individual against the state. At the same time, we must counter the ideological threat namely the possibility that the Chinese communists can prove to Asians by progress in China that communist methods are better and faster than democratic methods. Nothing is said about those people in Asian cultures to whom our conception of the proper relation of the individual to the state may not be the uniquely important value, people who might, for example, be 332. The responsibility of our intellectuals. Concerned with preserving the dignity of the individual against concentrations of foreign or domestic capital, or against semi-feudal structures, such as Trujillo-type dictatorships, introduced or kept in power by American arms. All of this is flavored with allusions to our religious and ethical value systems and to our diffuse and complex concepts, which are to the Asian mind so much more difficult to grasp than Marxist dogma, and are so disturbing to some Asians because of their very lack of dogmatism. Such intellectual contributions as these suggest the need for a correction to de Gaulle's remark, in his memoirs, about the American will to power, cloaking itself in idealism. By now, this will to power is not so much cloaked in idealism as it is drowned in fatuity. And academic intellectuals have made their unique contribution to this sorry picture. Let us, however, return to the war in Vietnam and the response that it has aroused among American intellectuals. A striking feature of the recent debate on Southeast Asian policy has been the distinction that is commonly drawn between responsible criticism, on the one hand, and sentimental or emotional or hysterical criticism, on the other. There is much to be learned from a careful study of the terms in which this distinction is drawn. The hysterical critics are to be identified, apparently, by their irrational refusal to accept one fundamental political axiom, namely, that the United States has the right to extend its power and control without limit, insofar as is feasible. Responsible criticism does not challenge this assumption, but argues, rather, that we probably can't get away with it at this particular time and place. A distinction of this sort seems to be what Irving Christo has in mind, for example, in his analysis of the protest over Vietnam policy, in Encounter, August 1965. He contrasts the responsible. 333. Amarai California when power and the new Mandarins. Critics, such as Walter Lippmann, the New York Times, and Senator Fulbright, with the Teach-In movement. Unlike the university protesters, he maintains, Mr. Lippmann engages in no presumptuous suppositions as to what the Vietnamese people really want. He obviously doesn't much care or in legalistic exegesis as to whether, or to what extent, there is a Guercino or revolution in South Vietnam. His is a realpolitik point of view, and he will apparently even contemplate the possibility of a nuclear war against China in extreme circumstances. This is commendable, and contrasts favorably, for Christo, with the talk of the unreasonable, ideological types in the Teach-In movement, who often seem to be motivated by such absurdities as simple, virtuous anti-imperialism, who deliver harangues on the power structure, and who even sometimes stoop so low as to read articles and reports from the foreign press on the American presence in Vietnam. Furthermore, these nasty types are often psychologists, mathematicians, chemists, or philosophers, just as, incidentally, those most vocal in protest in the Soviet Union are generally physicists, literary intellectuals, and others remote from the exercise of power, rather than people with Washington contacts, who of course realize that had they a new, good idea about Vietnam, they would get a prompt and respectful hearing in Washington. I am not interested here in whether Christo's characterization of protest and dissent is accurate, but rather in the assumptions that it expresses with respect to such questions as these. Is the purity of American motives a matter that is beyond discussion, or that is irrelevant to discussion? Should decisions be left to experts with /Washington contacts, that is, Even if we assume that they command the necessary knowledge and principles to make the best decision, will they invariably do so? And, a logically prior question, is expertise applicable? That is. Point 334. The responsibility of intellectuals. Their body of theory and of relevant information, not in the public domain, that can be applied to the analysis of foreign policy or that demonstrates the correctness of present actions in some way that the psychologists, mathematicians, chemists, and philosophers are incapable of comprehending. Although Crystal does not examine these questions directly, his attitudes presuppose answers which are wrong in all cases. American aggressiveness, however it may be masked in bias rhetoric, is a dominant force in world affairs and must be analyzed in terms of its causes and motives. There is no body of theory or significant body of relevant information, beyond the comprehension of the layman, which makes policy immune from criticism. To the extent that expert knowledge is applied to world affairs, it is surely appropriate for a person of any integrity, quite necessary to question its quality and the goals that it serves. These facts seem too obvious to require extended discussion. A corrective to Crystal's curious belief in the administration's openness to new thinking about Vietnam is provided by George Bundy in a recent article. 21. As Bundy correctly observes, on the main stage, the argument on Vietnam turns on tactics, not fundamentals, although, he adds, there are wild men in the wings. On stage center are, of course, the President, who in his recent trip to Asia had just magisterially reaffirmed our interest in the progress of the people across the Pacific, and his advisers, who deserve the understanding support of those who want restraint. It is these men who deserve the credit for the fact that the bombing of the North had been the most accurate and the most restrained in modern warfare, a solitude which will be appreciated by the inhabitants, or former inhabitants, of Nam Dinh and Phu and Vinh. It is these men, too, who deserve the credit for what was reported by Malcolm Brown as long ago as May 1965, in the South. 335. AMERI California when power ANDTHENUMANDARINS. Huge sectors of the nation have been declared free bombing zones, in which anything that moves is a legitimate target. Tens of thousands of tons of bombs, rockets, napalm and cannon fire are poured into these vast areas each week. If only by the laws of chance, bloodshed is believed to be heavy in these raids. Fortunately for the developing countries, Bundy assures us, American democracy has no enduring taste for imperialism, and taken as a whole, the stock of American experience, understanding, sympathy and simple knowledge has now much the most impressive in the world. It is true that 4/5 of all the foreign investing in the world is now done by Americans, and that the most admired plans and policies are no better than their demonstrable relation to the American interest, just as it is true, so we read in the same issue of Foreign Affairs, that the plans for armed action against Cuba were put into motion a few weeks after McCoy visited Havana, invading what had so long been an almost exclusively American sphere of influence. Unfortunately, such facts as these are often taken by unsophisticated Asian intellectuals as indicating a taste for imperialism. For example, a number of Indians have expressed their near exasperation at the fact that we have done everything we can to attract foreign capital for fertilizer plants, but the American and the other Western private companies know we are over a barrel, so they demand stringent terms which we just cannot meet. 22 While Washington doggedly insists that deals be made in the private sector with private enterprise. 23 But this reaction, no doubt, simply reveals once again how the Asian mind fails to comprehend the diffuse and complex concepts of Western thought. It may be useful to study carefully the new, good ideas about Vietnam that are receiving a prompt and respectful hearing in Washington these days. The United States govern. 336. The responsibility of our intellectuals. Ment Printing Office is an endless source of insight into the moral and intellectual level of this expert advice. In its publications one can read, for example, the testimony of Professor David N. Rowe, Director of Graduate Studies in International Relations at Yale University, before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, see Note 1.5. Professor Rowe proposes, p. 266, that the United States buy all surplus Canadian and Australian wheat, so that there will be mass starvation in China. These are his words. Mind you, I am not talking about this as a weapon against the Chinese people. It will be. But that is only incidental. The weapon will be a weapon against the government because the internal stability of that country cannot be sustained by an unfriendly government in the face of general starvation. Professor Rowe will have none of the sentimental moralism that might lead one to compare this suggestion with, say, the Ostpolitik of Hitler's Germany. 24. Nor does he fear the impact of such policies on other Asian nations, for example Japan. He assures us, from his very long acquaintance with Japanese questions, that the Japanese above all are people who respect power and determination. Hence they will not be so much alarmed by American policy in Vietnam that takes off from a position of power and intends to seek a solution based upon the imposition of our power upon local people that we are in opposition to. What would disturb the Japanese is a policy of indecision, a policy of refusal to face up to the problems in China and Vietnam, and to meet our responsibilities there in a positive way, such as the way just cited. A conviction that we were unwilling to use the power that they know we have might alarm the Japanese people very intensely and shake the degree of their friendly relations with us. In fact, a full use of American power would be particularly reassuring to the Japanese, because they have had a demonstration of the Truman. 337. American power and the new Mandarins. Douse power in action of the United States. Because they have felt our power directly. This is surely a prime example of the healthy realpolitik point of view that Irving Kristol so much admires. But, one may ask, why restrict ourselves to such indirect means as mass starvation? Why not bombing? No doubt this message has implicit in the remarks to the same committee of the Reverend R. De Jager, Regent of the Institute of Far Eastern Studies, Seton Hall University, who explains that like all people who have lived under communism, the North Vietnamese would be perfectly happy to be bombed to be free, p. 345. Of course, there must be those who support the communists. But this is really a matter of small concern, as the Honourable Walter Robertson, Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs from 1953 to 1959, points out in his testimony before the same committee. He assures us that the Paping regime represents something less than 3% of the population, p. 402. Consider, then, how fortunate the Chinese communist leaders are, compared to the leaders of the Viet Cong, who, according to Arthur Goldberg, represent about 0.5% of the population of South Vietnam, that is, about 1/2 the number of new Southern recruits for the Viet Cong during 1965, if we can credit Pentagon statistics. 25. In the face of such experts as these, the scientists and philosophers of whom Christo speaks would clearly do well to continue to draw their circles in the sand. Having settled the issue of the political irrelevance of the protest movement, Christo turns to the question of what motivates it more generally, what has made students and junior faculty go left, as he sees it, amid general prosperity and 338. The responsibility of intellectuals under liberal, welfare state administrations. This, he notes, is a riddle to which no sociologist has as yet come up with an answer. Since these young people are well off, have good futures, etc., their protest must be irrational. It must be the result of boredom, of too much security, or something of this sort. Other possibilities come to mind. It might be, for example, that as honest men the students and junior faculty are attempting to find out the truth for themselves rather than ceding the responsibility to experts or to government, and it might be that they react with indignation to what they discover. These possibilities Crystal does not reject. They are simply unthinkable, unworthy of consideration. More accurately, these possibilities are inexpressible. The categories in which they are formulated, honesty, indignation, simply do not exist for the tough-minded social scientist. In this implicit disparagement of traditional intellectual values, Crystal reflects attitudes that are fairly widespread in academic circles. I do not doubt that these attitudes are in part a consequence of the desperate attempt of the social and behavioral sciences to imitate the surface features of sciences that really have significant intellectual content. But they have other sources as well. Anyone can be a moral individual, concerned with human rights and problems, but only a college professor, a trained expert, can solve technical problems by sophisticated methods. Ergo, it is only problems of the latter sort that are important or real. Responsible, non-ideological experts will give advice on tactical questions. Irresponsible ideological types will harangue about principle and trouble themselves over moral issues and human rights, or over the traditional problems of man and society, concerning which social and behavioral science have nothing to offer beyond trivialities. Obviously, these emotional, ideological types are irrational, since, being 339. American power and the new Mandarins. Well off and having power in their grasp, they shouldn't worry about such matters. At times, this pseudo-scientific posing reaches levels that are almost pathological. Consider the phenomenon of Herman Kahn, for example. Kahn has been both denounced as immoral and lauded for his courage. By people who should know better, his on thermonuclear war has been described without qualification as one of the great works of our time. Stuart Hughes. The fact of the matter is that this is surely one of the emptiest works of our time, as can be seen by applying to it the intellectual standards of any existing discipline, by tracing some of its well-documented conclusions to the objective studies from which they derive, and by following the line of argument, where detectable. Kahn proposes no theories, no explanations, no empirical assumptions that can be tested against their consequences, as do the sciences he is attempting to mimic. He simply suggests a terminology and provides a aid of rationality. When particular policy conclusions are drawn, they are supported only by ex-cathedra remarks for which no support is even suggested. For example, the civil defense line probably should be drawn somewhere below $5 billion annually to keep from provoking the Russians. Why not $50 billion, or $5? What is more, Kahn is quite aware of this vacuity. In his more judicious moments, he claims only that there is no reason to believe that relatively sophisticated models are more likely to be misleading than the simpler models and analogies frequently used as an aid to judgment. For those whose humor tends towards the macabre, it is easy to play the game of strategic thinking à la Kahn, and to prove what one wishes. For example, one of Kahn's basic assumptions is that an all-out surprise attack in which all resources are devoted to counter-value targets would be so irrational that, barring an incredible lack of sophistication or actual 340. The responsibility of intellectuals. insanity among Soviet decision-makers. Such an attack is highly unlikely. A simple argument proves the opposite. Premise 1. American decision-makers think along the lines outlined by Herman Kahn. Premise 2. Kahn thinks it would be better for everyone to be red than for everyone to be dead. Premise 3. If the Americans were to respond to an all-out counter-value attack, then everyone would be dead. Conclusion. The Americans will not respond to an all-out counter-value attack, and therefore it should be launched without delay. Of course, one can carry the argument a step further. Fact. The Russians have not carried out an all-out counter-value attack. It follows that they are not rational. If they are not rational, there is no point in strategic thinking. Therefore, of course, this is all nonsense, but nonsense that differs from Kahn's only in the respect that the argument is of slightly greater complexity than anything to be discovered in his work. What is remarkable is that serious people actually pay attention to these absurdities, no doubt because of the aid of tough-mindedness and pseudoscience. It is a curious and depressing fact that the anti-war movement falls prey all too often to similar confusions. In the fall of 1965, for example, there was an international conference on alternative perspectives on Vietnam, which circulated a pamphlet to potential participants stating its assumptions. The plan was to set up study groups in which 3 types of intellectual tradition will be represented. 1. Area specialists. 2. Social theory, with special emphasis on theories of the international system, of social change and development, of conflict and conflict resolution, or of revolution. 3. The analysis of public policy in terms of basic human values, rooted in various theological, philosophical and humanist traditions. The second intellectual tradition will provide general propositions, derived. 341. I compare Mandarins from social theory and tested against historical, comparative, or experimental data. The third will provide the framework out of which fundamental value questions can be raised and in terms of which the moral implications of societal actions can be analyzed. The hope was that by approaching the questions of Vietnam policy from the moral perspectives of all great religions and philosophical systems, we may find solutions that are more consistent with fundamental human values than current American policy in Vietnam has turned out to be. In short, the experts on the values, that is, spokesmen for the great religions and philosophical systems, will provide fundamental insights on moral perspectives, and the experts on social theory will provide general empirically validated propositions and general models of conflict. From this interplay, new policies will emerge, presumably from application of the canons of scientific method. The only debatable issue, it seems to me, is whether it is more ridiculous to turn to experts in social theory for general well-confirmed propositions, or to the specialists in the great religions and philosophical systems for insights into fundamental human values. There is much more that can be said about this topic, but without continuing, I would simply like to emphasize that, as is no doubt obvious, the cult of the expert is both self-serving, for those who propound it, and fraudulent. Obviously, one must learn from social and behavioral science whatever one can. Obviously, these fields should be pursued in as serious a way as is possible, but it will be quite unfortunate and highly dangerous if they are not accepted and judged on their merits and according to their actual, not pretended, accomplishments. In particular, if there is a body of theory, well tested and verified, that applies to the conduct of foreign affairs or their resolution of domestic or international conflict, its existence has been kept a. 342. The responsibility of intellectuals. Well-guarded secret. In the case of Vietnam, If those who feel themselves to be experts have access to principles or information that would justify what the American government is doing in that unfortunate country, they have been singularly ineffective in making this fact known. To anyone who has any familiarity with the social and behavioral sciences, or the policy sciences, the claim that there are certain considerations and principles too deep for the outsider to comprehend is simply an absurdity, unworthy of comment. When we consider the responsibility of intellectuals, our basic concern must be their role in the creation and analysis of ideology. And in fact, Christ's contrast between the unreasonable ideological types and the responsible experts is formulated in terms that immediately bring to mind Daniel Bell's interesting and influential essay on the end of ideology, 26, an essay which is as important for what it leaves unsaid as for its actual content. Bell presents and discusses the Marxist analysis of ideology as a mask for class interest, in particular quoting Marx's well-known description of the belief of the bourgeoisie that the special conditions of its emancipation are the general conditions through which alone modern society can be saved and the class struggle avoided. He then argues that the age of ideology is ended, supplanted, at least in the West, by a general agreement that each issue must be settled on its own individual terms, within the framework of a welfare state in which, presumably, experts in the conduct of public affairs will have a prominent role. Bell is quite careful, however, to characterize the precise sense of ideology in which ideologies are exhausted. He is referring only to ideology as the conversion of ideas into social levers, to ideology as a set of beliefs, infused with passion, which seeks to transform the whole of a way of life. The crucial words are transform and convert. 343. American Power and the New Mandarins. Into social levers. Intellectuals in the West, he argues, have you lost interest in converting ideas into social levers for the radical transformation of society? Now that we have achieved the pluralistic society of the welfare state, they see no further need for a radical transformation of society. We may tinker with our way of life here and there, but it would be wrong to try to modify it in any significant way. With this consensus of intellectuals, ideology is dead. There are several striking facts about Bell's essay. First, he does not point out the extent to which this consensus of the intellectuals is self-serving. He does not relate his observation that, by and large, intellectuals have you lost interest in transformed middle-dotting the whole way of life to the fact that they play an increasingly prominent role in running the welfare state. He does not relate their general satisfaction with the welfare state to the fact that, as he observes elsewhere, America has become an affluent society, offering place and prestige to the one-time radicals. Secondly, he offers no serious argument to show that intellectuals are somehow right or objectively justified in reaching the consensus to which he alludes, with its rejection of the notion that society should be transformed. Indeed, although Bell is fairly sharp about the empty rhetoric of the New Left, he seems to have a quite utopian faith that technical experts will be able to come to grips with the few problems that still remain. For example, the fact that labor is treated as a commodity, and the problems of alienation. It seems fairly obvious that the classical problems are very much with us. One might plausibly argue that they have even been enhanced in severity and scale. For example, the classical paradox of poverty in the midst of plenty is now an ever-increasing problem on an international scale. Whereas one might 344. The responsibility of intellectuals. Conceive, at least in principle, of a solution within national boundaries, a sensible idea as to how to transform international society in such a way as to cope with the vast and perhaps increasing human misery is hardly likely to develop within the framework of the intellectual consensus that Bell describes. Thus it would seem natural to describe the consensus of Bell's intellectuals in somewhat different terms than his. Using the terminology of the first part of his essay, we might say that the welfare state technician finds justification for his special and prominent social status in his science, specifically in the claim that social science can support a technology of social tinkering on a domestic or international scale. He then takes a further step, proceeding, in a familiar way, to claim universal validity for what is in fact a class interest. He argues that the special conditions on which his claims to power and authority are based are, in fact, the general conditions through which alone modern society can be saved, that social tinkering within a welfare state framework must replace the commitment to the total ideologies of the past, ideologies which were concerned with the transformation of society. Having found his position of power, having achieved security and affluence, he has no further need for ideologies that look to radical change. The scholar expert replaces the free-floating intellectual who felt that the wrong values were being honored and rejected the society, and who has now lost his political role, now, that is, that the right values are being honored. Conceivably, it is correct that the technical experts who will, or hope to, manage the post-industrial society will be able to cope with the classic problems without a radical transformation of society. Just so, it is conceivably true that the bourgeoisie was right in regarding the special conditions of its emancipation. 345. American power and the Enumander RINS. As the general conditions through which alone modern society would be saved. In either case, an argument is in order, and skepticism is justified where none appears. Within the same framework of general utopianism, Bell goes on to pose the issue between welfare state scholar experts and third world ideologists in a rather curious way. He points out, quite correctly, that there is no issue of communism, the content of that doctrine having been long forgotten by friends and foes alike. Rather, he says, the question is an older one, whether new societies can grow by building democratic institutions and allowing people to make choices and sacrifices voluntarily, or whether the new elites, heady with power, will impose totalitarian means to transform their countries. The question is an interesting one. It is odd, however, to see it referred to as an older one. Surely he cannot be suggesting that the West chose the democratic way, for example, that in England during the Industrial Revolution, the farmers voluntarily made the choice of leaving the land, giving up cottage industry, becoming an industrial proletariat, and voluntarily decided, within the framework of the existing democratic institutions, to make the sacrifices that are graphically described in the classic literature on 19th century industrial society. One may debate the question whether authoritarian control is necessary to permit capital accumulation in the underdeveloped world, but the Western model of development is hardly one that we can point to with any pride. It is perhaps not surprising to find a Walt Rostow referring to the more humane processes of industrialization that Western values would suggest. 27. Those who have a serious concern for the problems that face backward countries and for the role that advanced industrial societies might, in principle, play in development and modernity. 346. The responsibility of intellectuals. Zashin must use somewhat more care in interpreting the significance of the Western experience. Returning to the quite appropriate question, whether new societies can grow by building democratic institutions or only by totalitarian means, I think that honesty requires us to recognize that this question must be directed more to American intellectuals than to third world ideologists. The backward countries have the incredible, perhaps insurmountable problems, and few available options. The United States has a wide range of options, and has the economic and technological resources, though evidently neither the intellectual nor the moral resources, to confront at least some of these problems. It is easy for an American intellectual to deliver homilies on the virtues of freedom and liberty, but if he is really concerned about, say, Chinese totalitarianism or the burdens imposed on the Chinese peasantry and forced industrialization, then he should face a task that is infinitely more significant and challenging: the task of creating, in the United States, the intellectual and moral climate, as well as the social and economic conditions, that would permit this country to participate in modernization and development in a way commensurate with its material wealth and technical capacity. Massive capital gifts to Cuba and China might not succeed in alleviating the authoritarianism and terror that tend to accompany early stages of capital accumulation, but they are far more likely to have this effect than lectures on democratic values. It is possible that even without capitalist encirclement in its varying manifestations, the truly democratic elements in revolutionary movements, in some instances Soviets and collectives, for example, might be undermined by an elite of bureaucrats and technical intelligentsia, but it is a near certainty that the fact of capitalist encirclement, which all 347 Amarai California when power and the Enumanda are Brian's revolutionary movements now have to face, will guarantee this result. The lesson, for those who are concerned to strengthen the democratic, spontaneous, and popular elements in developing societies, is quite clear. Lectures on the two-party system, or even the really substantial democratic values that have been in part realized in Western society, are a monstrous irrelevance in the face of the effort that is required to raise the level of culture in Western society to the point where it can provide a social lever for both economic development and the development of true democratic institutions in the Third World and, for that matter, at home as well. A good case can be made for the conclusion that there is indeed something of a consensus among intellectuals who have already achieved power and affluence, or who sense that they can achieve them by accepting society as it is and promoting the values that are being honored in this society. And it is also true that this consensus is most noticeable among the scholar experts who are replacing the free-floating intellectuals of the past. In the university, these scholar experts construct a value-free technology for the solution of technical problems that arise in contemporary society. 28 Taking a responsible stance towards these problems, in the sense noted earlier. This consensus among the responsible scholar experts is the domestic analogue to that proposed, in the international arena, by those who justify the application of American power in Asia, whatever the human cost, on the grounds that it is necessary to contain the expansion of China, an expansion which is, to be sure, hypothetical for the time being. 2090 Translate from State Department Newspeak, on the grounds that it is essential to reverse the Asian nationalist revolutions, or at least to prevent them from spreading. The analogy becomes clear when we look carefully at the ways in which this proposal is formulated. 348. The responsibility of intellectuals. With his usual lucidity, Churchill outlined the general position in a remark to his colleague of the moment, Joseph Stalin, at Tehran in 1943. The government of the world must be entrusted to satisfied nations, who wished nothing more for themselves than what they had. If the world government were in the hand of hungry nations, there would always be danger. But none of us had any reason to seek for anything more. The peace would be kept by peoples who lived in their own way and were not ambitious. Our power placed us above the rest. We were like rich men dwelling at peace within their habitations. 30. For a translation of Churchill's biblical rhetoric into the jargon of contemporary social science, one may turn to the testimony of Charles Wolfe, senior economist of the Rand Corporation, at the Congressional Committee hearings cited earlier. I am dubious that China's fears of encirclement are going to be abated, eased, relaxed in the long-term future. But I would hope that what we do in Southeast Asia would help to develop within the Chinese body politic more of realism and willingness to live with this fear than to indulge it by support for liberation movements, which admittedly depend on a great deal more than external support. The operational question for American foreign policy is not whether that fear can be eliminated or substantially alleviated, but whether China can be faced with a structure of incentives, of penalties and rewards, of inducements that will make it willing to live with this fear. 31. The point is further clarified by Thomas Schelling. There is growing experience which the Chinese can profit from, that although the United States may be interested in encircling them, may be interested in defending nearby areas from them, it is, nevertheless, prepared to behave peaceably if they are. 3z. In short, we are prepared to live peaceably within, to be sure, rather extensive habitations. And quite naturally, we are. 34 and American power and New Manda RINS. Offended by the undignified noises from the servants' quarters. If, let us say, a peasant-based revolutionary movement tries to achieve independence from foreign domination or to overthrow semi-feudal structures supported by foreign powers, or if the Chinese irrationally refuse to respond properly to the schedule of reinforcement that we have prepared for them, if they object to being encircled by the benign and peace-loving rich men who control the territories on their borders as a natural right, then, evidently, we must respond to this belligerence with appropriate force. It is this mentality that explains the frankness with which the United States government and its academic apologists defend the American refusal to permit a political settlement in Vietnam at a local level, a settlement based on the actual distribution of political forces. Even government experts freely admit that the National Liberation Front is the only truly mass-based political party in South Vietnam. 33. That the NLF had made a conscious and massive effort to extend political participation, even if it was manipulated, on the local level so as to involve the people in a self-contained, self-supporting revolution. p. 374. And that this effort had been so successful that no political groups, with the possible exception of the Buddhists, thought themselves equal in size and power to risk entering into a coalition, fearing that if they did the whale would swallow the minutes now. p. 362. Moreover, they concede that until the introduction of overwhelming American force, the NLF had insisted that the struggle should be fought out at the political level and that the use of massed military might was in itself illegitimate. The battleground was to be the minds and loyalties of the rural Vietnamese. The weapons were to be ideas. pp. 9192, cf. Also pp. 93, 99, 108, 155f, and correspondingly, that until mid-1964, aid from Hanoi was largely confined to two areas. 350. The responsibility of intellectuals. Trinal know-how and leadership personnel. p. 32-1. Captured NLF documents contrast the enemy's military superiority with their own political superiority. p. 106. Thus fully confirming the analysis of American military spokesmen who define our problem as how, with considerable armed force but little political power, to contain an adversary who has enormous political force but only modest military power. 34. Similarly, The most striking outcome of both the Honolulu Conference in February and the Manila Conference in October was the frank admission by high officials of the Saigon government that they could not survive a peaceful settlement that left the Viet Cong political structure in place even if the Viet Cong guerrilla units were disbanded, that they are not able to compete politically with the Vietnamese communists. 35 Thus, Moore continues. The Vietnamese demand a pacification program which will have as its core the destruction of the clandestine Viet Cong political structure and the creation of an iron-like system of government political control over the population. And from Manila, the same correspondent, on October 23, quotes a high South Vietnamese official as saying, "Frankly, we are not strong enough now to compete with the communists on a purely political basis. They are organized and disciplined. The non-communist nationalists are not. We do not have any large, well-organized political parties, and we do not yet have unity. We cannot leave the Viet Cong in existence." Officials in Washington understand the situation very well. Thus Secretary Rusk has pointed out that if the Viet Cong come to the conference table as full partners, they will, in a sense, have been victorious in the very aims that South Vietnam and the United States are pledged to prevent. January 28, 1966. Similarly, Max Frankel reported from Washington, "Compromise has had no appeal here because the administration concluded long ago." 351. AMERI California when power and the Enumanda RINS. That the non-communist forces of South Vietnam could not long survive in a Saigon coalition with communists. It is for that reason and not because of an excessively rigid sense of protocols that Washington has steadfastly refused to deal with the Viet Cong or recognize them as an independent political force. 36. In short, we will magnanimously permit Viet Cong representatives to attend negotiations, but only if they will agree to identify themselves as agents of a foreign power and thus forfeit the right to participate in a coalition government, a right which they have now been demanding for a half-dozen years. We know well that in any representative coalition, our chosen delegates could not last today without the support of American arms. Therefore, we must increase American force and resist meaningful negotiations until the day when the client government can exert both military and political control over its own population, a day which may never dawn, for as William Bundy has pointed out, we could never be sure of the security of a Southeast Asia on which the Western presence was effectively withdrawn. Thus, if we were to negotiate in the direction of solutions that are put under the label of neutralization, this would amount to capitulation to the communists. 37. According to this reasoning, then, South Vietnam must remain, permanently, an American military base. All of this is of course reasonable, so long as we accept the fundamental political axiom that the United States, with its traditional concern for the rights of the weak and downtrodden, and with its unique insight into the proper mode of development for backward countries, must have the courage and the persistence to impose its will by force until such time as other nations are prepared to accept these truths or simply to abandon hope. If it for THP responsibility of the intellectual to insist upon their 35. The responsibility of intellectuals. Truth. It is also his duty to see events in their historical perspective. Thus, one must applaud the insistence of the Secretary of State on the importance of historical analogies, the Munich analogy, for example. As Munich showed, a powerful and aggressive nation with a fanatic belief in its manifest destiny will regard each victory, each extension of its power and authority, as a prelude to the next step. The matter was very well put by Adlai Stevenson when he spoke of the old route whereby expansive powers push at more and more doors, believing they will open, until, at the ultimate door, resistance is unavoidable and major war breaks out. Herein lies the danger of appeasement, as the Chinese tirelessly point out to the Soviet Union, which they claim is playing Chamberlain to our Hitler in Vietnam. Of course, the aggressiveness of liberal imperialism is not that of Nazi Germany, though the distinction may seem rather academic to a Vietnamese peasant who is being gassed or incinerated. We do not want to occupy Asia, we merely wish to return to Mr. Wolf, to help the Asian countries progress toward economic modernization, as relatively open and stable societies, to which our access, as a country and as individual citizens, is free and comfortable. 38. The formulation is appropriate. Recent history shows that it makes little difference to us what form of government a country has as long as it remains an open society. In our peculiar sense of this term, a society, that is, which remains open to American economic penetration or political control. If it is necessary to approach genocide in Vietnam to achieve this objective, then this is the price we must pay in defense of freedom and the rights of man. It is, no doubt, superfluous to discuss at length the ways in which we assist other countries to progress towards open societies to which our access is free and comfortable. One enlightening example is discussed in the recent congressional hearing. 353. American Power and the Mandarins, from which I have now quoted several times, in the testimony greater than F. William Holst and Robert Meagher, representing the Standing Committee on India of the Business Council for International Understanding. 39. As Mr. Meagher points out, if it was possible, India would probably prefer to import technicians and know-how rather than foreign corporations. Such is not possible, therefore India accepts foreign capital as a necessary evil. Of course, the question of private capital investment in India would be no more than a theoretical exercise had the groundwork for such investment not been laid by foreign aid, and were it not that necessity has forced a modification in India's approach to private foreign capital. But now, India's attitude toward private foreign investment is undergoing a substantial change. From a position of resentment and ambivalence, it is evolving toward an acceptance of its necessity. As the necessity becomes more and more evident, the ambivalence will probably be replaced by a more accommodating attitude. L/E. Holst contributes what is perhaps a typical case history, namely, the plan under which it was proposed that the Indian government, in partnership with the United States private consortium, was to have increased fertilizer production by 1 million tons per year, which is just double presently installed capacity in all of India. The unfortunate demise of this ambitious plan may be attributed in large part to the failure of both government and business to find a workable and mutually acceptable solution within the framework of the well-publicized business incentives. The difficulty here was in connection with the percentage of equity ownership. Obviously, fertilizers are desperately needed in India. Equally obviously, the consortium insisted that to get the proper kind of control, majority ownership was in fact needed. But the Indian government officially insisted that they shall have majority ownership, and in sum. 354. The responsibility of intellectuals. Thing so complex it was felt that it would be a self-defeating thing. Fortunately, this particular story has a happy ending. The remarks just quoted were made in February 1966, and within a few weeks, the Indian government had seen the light, as we read in a series of reports in the New York Times. The criticism, inside India, that the American government and the World Bank would like to arrogate the themes of the right to lay down the framework in which our economy must function, was stilled. April 24, and the Indian government accepted the conditions for resumed economic aid, namely, that India provide easier terms for foreign private investment in fertilizer plants and that the American investors have substantial management rights. May 1, 4. The development is summarized in a dispatch datelined April 28 from New Delhi in these terms. There are signs of change. The government has granted easy terms to private foreign investors in the fertilizer industry, is thinking about decontrolling several more industries and is ready to liberalize import policy if it gets sufficient foreign aid. Much of what is happening now is a result of steady pressure from the United States and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which for the last year have been urging a substantial freeing of the Indian economy and a greater scope for private enterprise. The United States pressure, in particular, has been highly effective here because the United States provides by far the largest part of the foreign exchange needed to finance India's development and keep the wheels of industry turning. Call them strings, call them conditions, or whatever one likes. India has little choice now but to agree to many of the terms that the United States, through the World Bank, is putting on its aid. For India simply has nowhere else to turn. The heading of the article refers to this development as India's drift from socialism to pragmatism. Even this was not enough, however. Thus we read a few. 355. American Power and the NU Mandarins. Months later, in the Christian Science Monitor, December 5th, that American entrepreneurs insist on importing all equipment and machinery when India has a tested capacity to meet some middle of their requirements. They have insisted on importing liquid ammonia, a basic raw material, rather than using indigenous naphtha, which is abundantly available. They have laid down restrictions about pricing, distribution, profits, and management control. The Indian reaction I have already cited, see page 336. In such ways as these, we help India develop towards an open society, one which, in Waltrosthouse words, has a proper understanding of the core of the American ideology, namely, the sanctity of the individual in relation to the state. And in this way, too, we refute the simple-minded view of those Asians who, to continue with Rostow's phrasing, believe or half believe that the West has been driven to create and then to cling to its imperial holdings by the inevitable workings of capitalist economies. 40. In fact, a major post-war scandal is developing in India as the United States, cynically capitalizing on India's current torture, applies its economic power to implement India's drift from socialism to pragmatism. In pursuing the aim of helping other countries to progress towards open societies, with no thought of territorial aggrandizement, we are breaking no new ground. Hansel /Orgentha has aptly described a traditional policy towards China as one of favoring what you might call freedom of competition with regard to the exploitation of China. 41. In fact, few imperialist powers have had explicit territorial ambitions. Thus in 1784, the British Parliament announced that to pursue schemes of colony west and extension of dominion in India are measures repug. -3, and the responsibility of intellectuals. None to the wish, honour, and policy of this nation. Shortly after, the conquest of India was in full swing. A century later, Britain announced its intentions in Egypt under the slogan Intervention, Reform, Withdrawal. It is unnecessary to comment on which parts of this promise were fulfilled within the next half-century. In 1936, on the eve of hostilities in North China, the Japanese stated their basic principles of national policy. These included the use of moderate and peaceful means to extend her strength, to promote social and economic development, to eradicate the menace of communism, to correct the aggressive policies of the great powers, and to secure her position as the stabilizing power in East Asia. Even in 1937, the Japanese government had no territorial designs upon China. In short, we follow a well-trodden path. It is useful to remember, incidentally, that the United States was apparently quite willing, as late as 1939, to negotiate a commercial treaty with Japan and arrive at a modus vivendi if Japan would change her attitude and practice towards our rights and interests in China, as Secretary Hull put it. The bombing of Chongqing and the rape of Nanking were rather unpleasant, it is true, but what was really important was our rights and interests in China, as the responsible and hysterical men of the day saw quite clearly. It was the closing of the open door by Japan that led inevitably to the Pacific War, just as it is the closing of the open door by communist China itself that may very well lead to the next, and no doubt last, Pacific War. Quite often, the statements of sincere and devoted technical experts give surprising insight into the intellectual attitudes that lie in the background of the latest savagery. Consider, for example, the following comment by economist Richard Lyndham, in 1959, expressing his frustration over the failure of economic. 357. AMERI California when power ANDTHENUMANDARINS. Development in Free Vietnam. The use of American aid is determined by how the Vietnamese use their incomes and their savings. The fact that a large portion of the Vietnamese imports financed with American aid are either consumer goods or raw materials used rather directly to meet consumer demands is an indication that the Vietnamese people desire these goods, for they have shown their desire by their willingness to use their piastres to purchase them. 42. In short, the Vietnamese people desire Buicks and air conditioners, rather than sugar refining equipment or road building machinery, as they have shown by their behavior in a free market. And however much we may deplore their free choice, we must allow the people to have their way. Of course, there are also those two-legged beasts of burden that one stumbles on in the countryside, but as any graduate student of political science can explain, they are not part of the responsible modernizing elite, and therefore have only a superficial biological resemblance to the human race. In no small measure, it is attitudes like this that lie behind the butchery in Vietnam, and we had better face up to them with candor, or we will find our government leading us towards a final solution in Vietnam, and in the many Vietnams that inevitably lie ahead. Let me finally return to MacDonald and the responsibility of intellectuals. MacDonald quotes an interview with the death camp paymaster who bursts into tears when told that the Russians would hang him. Why should they? What have I done? He asked. MacDonald concludes, only those who are willing to resist authority themselves when it conflicts too intolerably with their personal moral code, only they have the right to condemn the death camp paymaster. The question, what have I done? 358. The responsibility of our intellectuals is one that we may well ask ourselves, as we read, each day, of fresh atrocities in Vietnam as we create, or mouth, or tolerate the deceptions that will be used to justify the next defense of freedom. Notes. 1. Such a research project has now been undertaken and published as a Citizens' White Paper, F. Schkeman, P. D. Scott, and R. Zelnick, The Politics of Escalation in Vietnam, New York, Fawcett World Library, and Boston, Beacon Press, 1966. For further evidence of American rejection of United Nations initiatives for diplomatic settlement, just prior to the major escalation of February 1, 965, see Mario Rossi, The U.S. Rebuffed Youth and New York Review of Books, November 1, 1966. See also Theodore Draper, How Not to Negotiate, New York Review of Books, May 4, 967. There is further documentary evidence of NLF attempts to establish a coalition government and to neutralize the area, all rejected by the United States and its Saigon ally, in Douglas Pike, Viet Cong, Cambridge, Mass., the MIT Press, 1966. In reading material of this latter sort, one must be especially careful to distinguish between the evidence presented and the conclusions that are asserted, for reasons noted briefly below. See Note 33. It is interesting to see the first, somewhat oblique published reactions to the politics of escalation by those who defend a right to conquer South Vietnam and institute a government of our choice. For example, Robert Scalapino, New York Times Magazine, December 1, 1966, argues that the thesis of the book implies that our leaders are diabolical. Since no right-thinking person can believe this, the thesis is refuted. To assume otherwise would betray irresponsibility, in a unique sense of this term, a sense that gives an ironic twist to the title of this chapter. He goes on to point out the alleged central weakness in the argument of the book, namely, the failure to permit that a serious attempt on our part to pursue the possibilities for a diplomatic settlement would have been interpreted by our adversaries as a sign of weakness. 359. I can power and the NU Mandarin. 2. New York Times, October 1st 1965. 3. Ibid, February 6, 1966. 4. Boston Globe, November 1st 1965. 5. At other times, Schlesinger does indeed display admirable scholarly caution. For example, in his introduction to Tile Politics of Escalation, he admits that there may have been flickers of interest in negotiations on the part of Hanoi. As to the administration's lies about negotiations and its repeated actions undercutting tentative initiatives towards negotiations, he comments only that the authors may have underestimated military necessity and that future historians may prove them wrong. This caution and detachment must be compared with Schlesinger's attitude towards renewed study of the origins of the Cold War, in a letter to the New York Review of Books, October 20, 1966. He remarks that it is time to blow the whistle on revisionist attempts to show that the Cold War may have been the consequence of something more than mere communist belligerence. We are to believe, then, that the relatively straightforward matter of the origins of the Cold War is settled beyond discussion, whereas the much more complex issue of why the United States shies away from a negotiated settlement in Vietnam must be left to future historians to ponder. It is useful to bear in mind that the United States government itself is on occasion much less diffident in explaining why it refuses to contemplate a meaningful negotiated settlement. As is freely admitted, this solution would leave it without power to control the situation. See, for example, Note 376. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., A 2000 Days. Jules F. Kennedy in Tilesite House, Boston, Houghton Mifflin Company, 1965, p. 40-1. I. Walt W. Rostow, View from T. 7th floor, New York, Harper & Row, Publishers, 1964, p. 149. See also his United States Intel's World Arena, New York. Harper & Row, Publishers, 1960, p. 244. Stalin, Exploiting the Disruption and Weakness of the Post-War World, pressed out from the expanded base he had won during the Second World War in an effort to gain the balance of power in Eurasia. Turning to the east, to back Mao and to inflame the North Korean and Indo-Chinese communists. 8. For example, the article by CIA analyst George Carver, The Faceless Viet Cong, in Foreign Affairs, Volume 44, April 1st 966, pages 347 to 72. See also note 33. 360. The responsibility of intellectuals. 9. Cf. Jean Lecture, Vietnam, Between Two Truces, New York, Random House, 1966, p. 21. Diem's analysis of the situation was shared by Western observers at the time. See, for example, the comments of William Henderson, Far Eastern Specialist and Executive Council on Foreign Relations, in Richard W. Lindum, ed., Vietnam, The First 5 Years, East Lansing, Michigan State University Press. 959. He notes the growing alienation of the intelligentsia, the renewal of armed dissidents in the South, the fact that security has noticeably deteriorated in the last 2 years, all as a result of Diem's grim dictatorship, and predicts a steady worsening of the political climate in Free Vietnam, culminating in unforeseen disasters. 10. See Bernard Fall, Vietnam in the Balance, Foreign Affairs, Volume 45, October 1st 966, pages 1 to 18. 1. Stalin was pleased neither by the Titoist tendencies inside the Greek Communist Party nor by the possibility that a Balkan Federation might develop under Titoist leadership. It is nevertheless conceivable that Stalin supported the Greek guerrillas at some stage of the rebellion, in spite of the difficulty in obtaining firm documentary evidence. Needless to say, no elaborate study is necessary to document the British or American role in this civil conflict, from late 1944. See D.G. Carzola's The Price of Freedom, Syracuse, NY, Syracuse University Press, 1953, and Revelation and Defeat, New York, Oxford University Press, 196-5. The serious study of these events from a strongly anti-communist point of view. 1-2. For a detailed account, see James Warburg, Germany, Key to Peace, Cambridge, Mass., Harvard University Press, 1953, pp. 189f. Warburg concludes that apparently the Kremlin was now prepared to accept the creation of an all-German democracy in the Western sense of that word, whereas the Western powers, in their response, frankly admitted their plan to secure participation of Germany in a purely defensive European community, that is NATO. 13. The United States in the World Arena, pages 344-45. Incidentally, those who quite rightly deplore the brutal suppression of the East German and Hungarian revolutions would do well to remember that these scandalous events might have been avoided had the United States been willing to consider proposals for neutralization of Central Europe. Some of George Kennan's recent statements provide interesting commentary on this matter, for example, his comments on the falsity, from the outset, of the assumption that the USSR intended to 36-1. Amarai California when power and the Enumanda RINS. Attack or intimidate by force the western half of the continent and that it was deterred by American force, and his remarks on the sterility and general absurdity of the demand for unilateral Soviet withdrawal from East Germany together with the inclusion of a united Germany as a major component in a Western defense system based primarily on nuclear weaponry. Edward Reed, ed., Peace on Earth, New York, Pocket Books, 1965. It's worth noting that historical fantasy, of the sort illustrated in Rostow's remarks, has become a regular State Department specialty. Thus we have Thomas Mann justifying our Dominican intervention as a response to actions of the Sino-Soviet military bloc. Or, to take a more considered statement, we have William Bundy's analysis of stages of development of communist ideology in his Pomona College address, February 1, 1966, in which he characterizes the Soviet Union in the 1920s and early 1930s as in a highly militant and aggressive phase. What is frightening about fantasy, as distinct from outright falsification, is the possibility that it may be sincere and may actually serve as the basis for formation of policy. 14. New York Times, February 6, 1966. 15. United States Policy Toward Asia, Hearings before the Subcommittee on the Far East and the Pacific of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, House of Representatives, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1966, p. 89. 16. New York Times Book Review, November 20th, verse 966. Such comments call to mind the remarkable spectacle of President Kennedy counseling Chadijigan on the dangers of entering into a trading relationship which brought a country into a condition of economic dependence. The reference, of course, is to the dangers in commercial relations with the Soviet Union. See Schlesinger, 1,000 Days, p. 776. 17. 1,000 Days, p. 252. 18. Ibid, p. 769. 19. Though this too is imprecise, one must recall the real character of the Trujillo regime to appreciate the full cynicism of Kennedy's realistic analysis. 20. Walt W. Rostow and A. W. Hatch, An American Policy in Asia, New York, Technology Press, and John Wiley & Sons, Incorporated, 1955. 1. End of Either, or, Foreign Affairs, Volume 45, January 1, 967, pp. 189-201. 362. The Responsibility of Intellectuals. 2. Christian Science Monitor, November 26, verse 966. 23. Ibid, December 5, verse 966. 24. Although, to maintain perspective, we should recall that in his wildest moments, Alfred Rosenberg spoke of the elimination of 30 million Slavs, not the imposition of mass starvation on a quarter of the human race. Incidentally, the analogy drawn here is highly irresponsible, in the technical sense of this neologism discussed earlier. That is, it is based on the assumption that statements and actions of Americans are subject to the same standards and open to the same interpretations as those of anyone else. 25. New York Times, February 6, verse 966. What is more, Goldberg continues, the United States is not certain that all of these are voluntary adherents. This is not the first such demonstration of the communist duplicity. Another example was seen in the year 1962, when according to United States government sources 5,000 guerrillas suffered 30,000 casualties. See Arthur Schlesinger, 1,000 Days, p. 982. 26. Reprinted in a collection of essays entitled The End of Ideology, on the exhaustion of political ideas in the 50s, New York, The Free Press, 1960, pages 369-75. I have no intention here of entering into the full range of issues that have been raised in the discussion of the end of ideology for the past dozen years. It is difficult to see how a rational person could quarrel with many of the theses that have been put forth, for example, that at a certain historical moment the politics of civility is appropriate, and perhaps efficacious, that one who advocates action, or inaction a matter less frequently noted, has a responsibility to assess its social cost, that dogmatic fanaticism and secular religions should be combated, or if possible ignored, that technical solutions to problems should be implemented, where possible, that le dogmatisme idéologique devait disparaître pour que 11 e/s IDs represent vi, or an and so on. Since this is sometimes taken to be an expression of an anti-Marxist position, it is worth keeping in mind that such sentiments as these have no bearing on non-Bolshevik Marxism, as represented, for example, by such figures as Luxemburg, Pannekoek, Korsch, Arthur Rosenberg, and many others. 2-7. Rostow and Hatch, Op. Cit. p. 10. 28. The extent to which this technology is value-free is hardly very important, given the clear commitments of those who apply it. The problems with which research is concerned are those posed by the Pentagon or the great corporations, not, say, by the revolutionaries of 363. MRI California when power and the new Manda RINS. Northeast Brazil OR SNCC. Nor am I aware of a research project devoted to the problem of how poorly armed guerrillas might more effectively resist to brutal and devastating military technology. Surely the kind of problem that would have interested the free-floating intellectual who is now hopelessly out of date. 2-9. In view of the unremitting propaganda barrage on Chinese expansionism, perhaps a word of comment is in order. Typical of American propaganda on this subject is Adlai Stevenson's assessment, shortly before his death, cf. New York Times Magazine, March 13, verse 966. So far, the new communist dynasty has been very aggressive. Tibet was swallowed, India attacked. The Malays had to fight 1-2 years to resist a national liberation they could receive from the British by a more peaceful route. Today, the apparatus of infiltration and aggression is already at work in North Thailand. As to Malaya, Stevenson is probably confusing ethnic Chinese with the government of China. Those concerned with the actual events would agree with Harry Miller, in Communist Menace in Malaya, New York, Frederick A. Praja, Incorporated, 1954, p. 230, that Communist China continues to show little interest in the Milan affair beyond its usual fulminations via Peking radio. There are various harsh things that one might say about Chinese behavior in what the Sino-Indian Treaty of 1954 refers to as the Tibet region of China, but it is no more proof of a tendency towards expansionism than is the behavior of the Indian government with regard to the Naga and Mizo tribesmen. As to North Thailand, the apparatus of infiltration may well be at work, though there is little reason to suppose it to be Chinese, and it is surely not unrelated to the American use of Thailand as a base for its attack on Vietnam. This reference is the sheerest hypocrisy. The attack on India grew out of a border dispute that began several years after the Chinese had completed a road from Tibet to Xinjiang in an area so remote from Indian control that the Indians learned about this operation only from the Chinese press. According to American Air Force maps, the disputed area is in Chinese territory. Cf. Alistair Lamb, Cosina Quarterly, number 23. July to September 1, 965, pages 202-7. To this distinguished authority, it seems unlikely that the Chinese have been working out some master plan to take over the Indian subcontinent lock, stock and overpopulated barrel. Rather, he thinks it likely that the Chinese were probably unaware that India even 384. The responsibility of intellectuals claimed the territory through which the road passed. After the Chinese military victory, Chinese troops were, in most areas, withdrawn beyond the McMahon Line, a border which the British had attempted to impose on China in 1914 but which has never been recognized by China, nationalist or communist, the United States, or any other government. It is remarkable that a person in a responsible position could describe all of this as Chinese expansionism. In fact, It is absurd to debate the hypothetical aggressiveness of a China surrounded by American missiles and a still expanding network of military bases backed by an enormous American expeditionary force in Southeast Asia. It is conceivable that at some future time a powerful China may be expansionist. We may speculate about such possibilities if we wish, but it is American aggressiveness that is the central fact of current politics. 30. W. S. Churchill, The Second World War, Volume 5, Closing the Ring, Boston, Houghton Mifflin Company, 195-1, p. 382. 3-1. United States Policy Toward Asia, p. 104. C. Note 15. 32. Ibid, p. 105. 33. Douglas Pike, Op. Cit. p. 110. This book, written by a Foreign Service officer working at the Center for International Studies, MIT, poses a contrast between our side, which sympathizes with usual revolutionary stirrings around the world because they reflect inadequate living standards or oppressive and corrupt governments, and the backers of revolutionary guerrilla warfare, which opposes the aspirations of people while apparently furthering them, manipulates the individual by persuading him to manipulate himself. Revolutionary guerrilla warfare is an imported product, revolution from the outside. Other examples besides the Viet Cong are Stalin's exportation of armed revolution, the Haganah in Palestine, and the Irish Republican Army. See pages 32-33. The Viet Cong could not be an indigenous movement since it has a social construction program of such scope and ambition that of necessity it must have been created in Hanoi, p. 76. But on pp. 7779 we read that organizational activity has gone on intensively and systematically for several years before the Lao Dong Party in Hanoi had made its decision to begin building an organization. On p. 80 we find that such an effort had to be the child of the North, even though elsewhere we read of the prominent role of the Cao Dai, p. 74. The first major social group to begin actively opposing the Diem government, p. 222, and of the Ho. 365. American Power ANDTHENU Mandarins. House Act, another early and major participant in the NLF, p. 69. Pike takes it as proof of communist duplicity that in the South the party insisted it was Marxist-Leninist, thus indicating philosophic but not political allegiance, whereas in the North it described itself as a Marxist-Leninist organization, thus indicating that it was in the mainstream of the worldwide communist movement, p. 150, and so on. Also revealing is the contempt for Cinderella and all the other fools, who could still believe there was magic in the mature world if one mumbled the secret incantation, solidarity, union, concord, for the gullible, misled people who were turning the countryside into a bedlam, toppling one Saigon government after another, confounding the Americans, for the mighty force of people who in their mindless innocence thought that the meek, at last, were to inherit the earth, that riches would be theirs, and all in the name of justice and virtue. One can appreciate the chagrin with which a sophisticated Western political scientist must view this sad and awesome spectacle. 34. Lecture, Op. Cit. p. 188. The same military spokesman goes on, ominously, to say that this is the problem confronting us throughout Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and that we must find the proper response. 35. Charles Moore, New York Times, February 1st 1, 1966. Italics mine. 36. New York Times, February 1st 8, 1966. 3-7. William Bundy, The United States and Asia, in Alistair Buchan, ed., China and Clear Piece of Asia, New York, Frederick A. Prager, Incorporated, 1965, pp. 2930, 38, op. Cit. p. 80, 39. United States Policy Toward Asia, pp. 191201, passim. 40. An American Policy in Asia, p. 1041. United States Policy Toward Asia, p. 128, 42. Lindum, op. Cit. p. 322, 366. On resistance. Several weeks after the demonstrations in Washington, I am still trying to sort out my impressions of a week whose quality is difficult to capture or express. Perhaps some personal reflections may be useful to others who share my instinctive distaste for activism, but who find themselves edging towards an unwanted but almost inevitable crisis. This article first appeared in the New York Review of Books, December 7, 196-7. It is reprinted with a few revisions. The demonstrations referred to took place at the Justice Department and the Pentagon on the weekend of October 1, 1967. The draft card turn-in at the Justice Department was one of the events that led to the sentencing of Dr. Benjamin Spock, Reverend William Sloane Coffin, Mitchell Goodman, and Michael Ferber to 2-year prison sentences for conspiracy. For details, see Noam Chomsky, Paul Lauter, and Florence Howe, Reflections on a Political Trial, New York Review of Books, August 22, 1968, pages 23 to 30. The Pentagon demonstration, which by some estimates involved several 100,000 people, was a remarkable, unforgettable manifestation of opposition to the war. The spirit and character of the demonstrations are captured, with marvelous accuracy and perception, in Norman Mailer's The Surmise of the Night, New York, New American Library, 1968. 367. American Power and the Enumander R. Brian S. For many of the participants, their Washington demonstrations symbolized the transition from dissent to resistance. I will return to this slogan and its meaning, but I want to make clear at the outset that I do feel it to be not only accurate with respect to the mood of the demonstrations but, properly interpreted, appropriate to the present state of protest against the war. There is an irresistible dynamics to such protest. One may begin by writing articles and giving speeches about the war, by helping in many ways to create an atmosphere of the concern and outrage. A courageous few will turn to direct action, refusing to take their place alongside the good Germans we have all learned to despise. Some will be forced to this decision when they are called up for military service. The dissenting senators, writers, and professors will watch as young men refuse to serve in the armed forces, in a war that they detest. What then? Can those who write and speak against the war take refuge in the fact that they have not urged or encouraged draft resistance, but have merely helped to develop a climate of opinion in which any decent person will want to refuse to take part in a miserable war? It is a very thin line. Nor is it very easy to watch from a position of safety while others are forced to take a grim and painful step. The fact is that most of the 1,000 draft cards and other documents turned into the Justice Department on October 20th came from men who can escape military service but who insisted on sharing the fate of those who are less privileged. In such ways the circle of resistance widens. Quite apart from this, no one can fail to see that to the extent that he restricts his protest, to the extent that he rejects actions that are open to him, he accepts complicity in what the government does. Some will act on this realization, posing sharply a moral issue that no person of conscience can evade. On Monday, October 1st 6, on the Boston Common I listened as 368. On resistance. Howardson explained why he felt ashamed to be an American. I watched as several hundred young men, some of them my students, made a terrible decision which no young person should have to face, to sever their connection with the selective service system. The week ended, the following Monday, with a quiet discussion in Cambridge in which I heard estimates, by an academic consultant to the Department of Defense, of the nuclear megatonnage that would be necessary to take North Vietnam. Some will find this shocking, but no civilian in the government is suggesting this. To my knowledge, let's not use emotional words like destruction, etc., and listened to a leading expert on Soviet affairs who explained how the man in the Kremlin are watching very carefully to determine whether wars of national liberation can succeed. If so, they will support them all over the world. Try pointing out to such an expert that on these assumptions, if the men in the Kremlin are rational, they will surely support dozens of such wars right now, since at a small cost they can confound the American military and tear society to shreds. You will be told that you don't understand the Russian soul. The weekend of the peace demonstrations in Washington left impressions that are vivid and intense, but unclear to me in their implications. The dominant memory is of the scene itself, of tens of thousands of young people surrounding what they believe to be, I must add that I agree, the most hideous institution on this earth, and demanding that it stop imposing misery and destruction. Tens of thousands of young people. This I find hard to comprehend. It is pitiful but true that by an overwhelming margin it is the young who are crying out in horror at what we all see happening, the young who are being beaten when they stand their ground, and the young who have to decide whether to accept jail or exile, or to fight in a hideous 369. Amarai, California, when power and the new Mandarins. War. They have to face this decision alone, or almost alone. We should ask ourselves why this is so. Why, for example, does Senator Mansfield feel ashamed for the image they have portrayed of this country, and not feel ashamed for the image of this country portrayed by the institution these young people were confronting, an institution directed by a sane and mild and eminently reasonable man who can testify calmly before Congress that the amount of ordnance expended in Vietnam has surpassed the total expended in Germany and Italy in World War II. Why is it that Senator Mansfield can speak in ringing phrases about those who are not living up to our commitment to a government of laws, referring to a small group of demonstrators, not to the 90-odd responsible men on the Senate floor who are watching, with full knowledge, as the state they serve clearly, flagrantly violates the explicit provisions of the United Nations Charter, the supreme law of the land? He knows quite well that prior to our invasion of Vietnam, there was no armed attack against any state. It was Senator Mansfield, after all, who informed us that when the sharp increase in the American military effort began in early 1965, it was estimated that only about 400 North Vietnamese soldiers were among the enemy forces in the South, which totaled 140,000 at that time. And it is the Mansfield report from which we learn that at that time there were 34,000 American soldiers already in South Vietnam, in violation of our solemn commitment at Geneva in 1954. The point should be pursued. After the first international days of protest in October 1965, Senator Mansfield criticized the sense of utter irresponsibility shown by the demonstrators. He had nothing to say then, nor has he since, about the sense of utter irresponsibility shown by Senator L.Mansfield and others who stand by quietly and vote appropriations as the cities and 370. On our resistance. Villages of North Vietnam are demolished, as millions of refugees in the South are driven from their homes by American bombardment. He has nothing to say about the moral standards or the respect for law of those who have permitted this tragedy. I speak of Senator Mansfield precisely because he is not a breast-beating super-patriot who wants America to rule the world, but is rather an American intellectual in the best sense, a scholarly and reasonable man, the kind of man who is the terror of our age. Perhaps this is merely a personal reaction, but when I look at what is happening to our country, what I find most terrifying is not Curtis LeMay, with his cheerful suggestion that we bomb our enemies back into the Stone Age, but rather the calm disquisitions of the political scientists on just how much force will be necessary to achieve our ends, or just what form of government will be acceptable to us in Vietnam. What I find terrifying is the detachment and equanimity with which we view and discuss an unbearable tragedy. We all know that if Russia or China were guilty of what we have done in Vietnam, we would be exploding with moral indignation at these monstrous crimes. There was, I think, a serious miscalculation in the planning of the Washington demonstrations. It was expected that the march to the Pentagon would be followed by a number of speeches, and that those who were committed to civil disobedience would then separate themselves from the crowd and go to the Pentagon, a few hundred yards away across an open field. I had decided not to take part in civil disobedience, and I do not know in detail what had been planned. As everyone must realize, it is very hard to distinguish rationalization from rationality in such matters. I felt, however, that the first large-scale acts of civil disobedience should be more specifically defined. More. 371. American power and the innumander RINS. Clearly in support of those who are refusing to serve in Vietnam, on whom the real burden of dissent must inevitably fall. While appreciating the point of view of those who wished to express their hatred of the war in a more explicit way, I was not convinced that civil disobedience at the Pentagon would be either meaningful or effective. In any event, what actually happened was rather different from what anyone had anticipated. A few thousand people gathered for the speeches, but the mass of marchers went straight onto the Pentagon, some because they were committed to direct action, many because they were simply swept along. From the speaker's platform where I stood, it was difficult to determine just what was taking place at the Pentagon. All we could see was the surging of the crowd. From second-hand reports, I understand that the marchers passed through and around the front line of troops and took up a position, which they maintained, on the steps of the Pentagon. It soon became obvious that it was wrong for the few organizers of the march and the mostly middle-aged group that had gathered near them to remain at the speaker's platform while the demonstrators themselves, most of them quite young, were at the Pentagon. I recall seeing near the platform Robert Lowell, Dwight MacDonald, Monsignor Rice, Sidney Lenz, Benjamin Spock and his wife, Dagmar Wilson, Donald Cullish. Dave Delano suggested that we try to approach the Pentagon. We found a place not yet blocked by the demonstrators, and walked up to the line of troops standing a few feet from the building. Delano suggested that those of us who had not yet spoken at the rally talk directly to the soldiers through a small portable sound system. From this point on, my impressions are rather fragmentary. Monsignor Rice spoke, and I followed. As I was speaking, the line of soldiers advanced, moving past me a rather odd XP. 372. On our resistance. Friends, I don't recall just what I was saying. The gist was, I suppose, that we were there because we didn't want the soldiers to kill and be killed, but I do remember feeling that the way I was putting it seemed silly and irrelevant. The advancing line of soldiers had partially scattered the small group that had come with Delano. Those of us who had been left behind the line of soldiers regrouped, and Dr. Spock began to speak. Almost at once, another line of soldiers emerged from somewhere, this time in a tightly massed formation, rifles in hand, and moved slowly forward. We sat down. As I mentioned earlier, I had no intention of taking part in any act of civil disobedience until that moment. But when that grotesque organism began slowly advancing, more grotesque because its cells were recognizable human beings, it became obvious that one could not permit that thing to dictate what one was going to do. I was arrested at that point by a federal marshal, presumably for obstructing the soldiers. The technical term for this behavior is disorderly conduct. I should add that the soldiers, so far as I could see, which was not very far, seemed rather unhappy about the whole matter, and were being about as gentle as one can be when ordered. I presume this was the order, to kick and club passive, quiet people who refused to move. The federal marshals, predictably, were very different. They reminded me of the police officers I had seen in the Jackson, Mississippi, jail several summers ago, who had laughed when an old man showed us a bloody homemade bandage on his leg and tried to describe to us how he had been beaten by the police. In Washington, the ones who got the worst of it at the hands of the marshals were the young boys and girls, particularly boys with long hair. Nothing seemed to bring out the marshals' sadism more than the sight of a boy with long hair. Yet, although I witnessed some acts of violence, 373. AMERI California when power ANDTHENUMANDARINS. By the marshals, their behavior largely seemed to range from indifference to petty nastiness. For example, we were kept in a police van for an hour or two with the doors closed and only a few air holes for ventilation. One can't be too careful with such ferocious criminal types. In the prison dormitory and after my release I heard many stories, which I feel sure are authentic, of the courage of the young people, many of whom were quite frightened by the terrorism that began late at night after the TV cameraman and most of the press had left. They sat quietly hour after hour through the cold night. Many were kicked and beaten and dragged across police lines, more disorderly conduct. I also heard stories, distressing ones, of provocation of the troops by the demonstrators, usually, it seems, those who were not in the front rows. Surely this was indefensible. Soldiers are unwitting instruments of terror. One does not blame or attack the club that is used to bludgeon someone to death. They are also human beings, with sensibilities to which one can perhaps appeal. There is in fact strong evidence that one soldier, perhaps 3 or 4, refused to obey orders and was placed under arrest. The soldiers, after all, are in much the same position as the draft resistors. If they obey orders, they become brutalized by what they do. If they do not, the personal consequences are severe. It is a situation that deserves compassion, not abuse. But we should retain a sense of proportion in the matter. Everything that I saw or heard indicates that the demonstrators played only a small role in initiating the considerable violence that occurred. The argument that resistance to the war should remain strictly non-violent seems to me overwhelming. As a tactic, violence is absurd. No one can compete with the government in this arena, and the resort to violence, which will surely fail, will simply frighten and alienate some who can be reached, and will. 374. 0. Resistance. Further encourage the ideologists and administrators of forceful repression. What is more, one hopes that participants in non-violent resistance will themselves become human beings of a more admirable sort. No one can fail to be impressed by the personal qualities of those who have grown to maturity in the civil rights movement. Whatever else it may have accomplished, the civil rights movement has made an inestimable contribution to American society in transforming the lives and characters of those who took part in it. Perhaps a program of principled, non-violent resistance can do the same for many others, in the particular circumstances that we face today. It is not impossible that this may save the country from a terrible future, from yet another generation of men who think it clever to discuss the bombing of North Vietnam as a question of tactics and cost-effectiveness, or who support our attempt to conquer South Vietnam, with a human cost that they well know, blandly asserting that our primary motivation is self-interest, the self-interest of our own country in this shrinking world. Citizens Committee for Peace with Freedom, New York Times, October 26, 1967. Returning to the demonstrations, I must admit that I was relieved to find people whom I had respected for years in the prison dormitory: Norman Mailer, Jim Beck, Dave Delano, and a number of others. I think it was reassuring to many of the kids who were there to be able to feel that they were not totally disconnected from a world that they knew and from people whom they admired. It was moving to see that defenseless young people who had a great deal to lose were willing to be jailed for what they believed. Young instructors from state universities, college kids who have a very bright future if they are willing to toe the line, many others whom I could not identify. What comes next? Obviously, that is the question on every 375. American power and the innuendo are Brian-S. One's mind. The slogan from dissent to resistance makes sense, I think, but I hope it is not taken to imply that dissent should cease. Dissent and resistance are not alternatives but activities that should reinforce each other. There is no reason why those who take part in tax refusal, draft resistance, and other forms of resistance should not also speak to church groups or town forums, or become involved in electoral politics to support peace candidates or referenda on the war. In my experience, it has often been those committed to resistance who have been most deeply involved in such attempts at persuasion. Putting aside the matter of resistance for a moment, I think it should be emphasized that the days of patiently explain are far from over. As the coffins come home and the taxes go up, many people who were previously willing to accept government propaganda will become increasingly concerned to try to think for themselves. The reasons for their change are unfortunate. The opportunities for educational activity are nevertheless very good. Furthermore, the recent shift in the government's propaganda line offers important opportunities for critical analysis of the war. There is a note of shrill desperation in the recent defense of the American war in Vietnam. We hear less about bringing freedom and democracy to the South Vietnamese and more about the national interest. Secretary Rusk broods about the dangers posed to us by 1 billion Chinese. The Vice President tells us that we are fighting militant Asian communism with its headquarters in Peking and adds that a Viet Cong victory would directly threaten the United States. Eugene Rostow argues that it is no good building model cities if they are to be bombed in 20 years' time, and so on. All of this a frivolous insult to the United States Navy, as Walter Lippmann rightly commented. 378. On our resistance. This shift in propaganda makes it much easier for critical analysis to attack the problem of Vietnam at its core, which is in Washington and Boston, not in Saigon and Hanoi. There is something ludicrous, after all, in the close attention that opponents of the war give to the political and social problems of Vietnam. Those who were opposed to the Japanese conquest of Manchuria a generation ago did not place emphasis on the political and social and economic problems of Manchuria, but on those of Japan. They did not engage in farcical debate over the exact degree of support for the puppet emperor, but looked to the sources of Japanese imperialism. Now opponents of the war can much more easily shift attention to the source of the aggression, to our own country, its ideology and institutions. We can ask whose interest is served by 10,000 casualties and $100 billion expended in the attempt to subjugate a small country halfway around the world. We can point to the absurdity of the idea that we are containing China by destroying popular and independent forces on its borders, and to the cynicism of the claim that we are in Vietnam because to Americans, peace and freedom are inseparable, and because suppression of freedom must not go unchallenged. The Citizens Committee again. We can ask why it is that those who make this claim do not suggest that an American expeditionary force be sent to Taiwan, to Rhodesia, to Greece, or to Mississippi, but only to Vietnam, where, they want us to believe, the master aggressor Mao Zedong is following a Hitlerian course in his cunning way, committing aggression without troops and announcing world conquest by insisting, through the medium of Lin Piao, that indigenous wars of national liberation can expect little from China beyond applause. We can ask why Secretary McNamara reads such statements as a new Mein Kampf, for why those who admit that a Vietnamese communist regime. 377. American power and THENUMANDA RINS would probably be anti-Chinese if the Ilder Solar Pool, Asian Survey, August 1967, nevertheless sign statements which pretend that in Vietnam we are facing the expansionist aggressors from Peking. We can ask what factors in American ideology make it so easy for intelligent and well-informed men to say that we insist upon nothing for South Vietnam except that it be free to chart its own future. Citizens Committee. Although they know quite well that the regime we imposed excluded all those who took part in the struggle against French colonialism, and properly so, Secretary Rusk, 1963, that we have since been attempting to suppress a civil insurrection. General Stilwell, led by the only truly mass-based political party in South Vietnam, Douglas Pike, that we supervised the destruction of the Buddhist opposition, that we offered the peasants a free choice between the Saigon government and the National Liberation Front by herding them into strategic hamlets from which NLF cadres and sympathizers were eliminated by the police, Roger Hilsman, and so on. The story is familiar, and we can emphasize what must be obvious to a person with a grain of political intelligence, that the present world problem is not containing China but containing the United States. More important, we can ask the really fundamental question. Suppose that it were in the American national interest to pound into rubble a small nation that refuses to submit to our will. Would it then be legitimate and proper for us to act in this national interest? The Rusks and the Humphreys and the Citizens Committee say yes. Nothing could show more clearly how we are taking the road of the fascist aggressors of a generation ago. We are, of course, in a domestic political environment very different from that of the citizens of Germany or Japan. Here, it takes no heroism to protest. We have many avenues open to us. 378. ONR resistance. To drive home the lesson that there is not one law for the United States and one for the rest of mankind, that no one has appointed as judge and executioner for Vietnam or anywhere else. Many avenues of political education, on and off the campus, have been explored in the past 2 years. There can be no question that this effort should continue and grow to whatever limit the degree of the commitment permits. Some seem to feel that resistance will blacken the peace movement and make it difficult to reach potential sympathizers through more familiar channels. I don't agree with this objection, but I feel that it should not be lightly disregarded. Resistors who hope to save the people of Vietnam from destruction must select the issues they confront and the means they employ in such a way as to attract as much popular support as possible for their efforts. There is no lack of clear issues and honorable means, surely, hence no reason why one should be impelled to ugly actions on ambiguous issues. In particular, it seems to me that draft resistance, properly conducted, as it has been so far, is not only a highly principled and courageous act, but one that might receive broad support and become politically effective. It might. Furthermore, succeed in raising these issues of passive complicity in the war, which are now much too easily evaded. Those who face these issues may even go on to free themselves from the mind-destroying ideological pressures of American life, and to ask some serious questions about America's role in the world, and the sources, in American society, for this criminal behavior. Moreover, I feel that this objection to resistance is not properly formulated. The peace movement exists only in the fantasies of the paranoid right. Those who find some of the means employed or ends pursued objectionable can oppose the war in other ways. They will not be read out of the movement that does. 379. American power and the innuendo are Brian's. Not exist. They have only themselves to blame if they do not make use of the other forms of protest that are available. I have left to the end the most important question, the one about which I have least to say. This is the question of the forms resistance should take. We all take part in the war to a greater or lesser extent, if only by paying taxes and permitting domestic society to functioning smoothly. A person has to choose for himself the point at which he will simply refuse to take part any longer. Reaching that point, he will be drawn into resistance. I believe that the reasons for resistance I have already mentioned are cogent ones. They have an irreducible moral element that admits of little discussion. The issue is posed in its starkest form for the boy who faces induction, and in a form that is somewhat more complex for the boy who must decide whether to participate in a system of selective service that may pass the burden from him to others less fortunate and less privileged. It is difficult for me to see how anyone can refuse to engage himself, in some way, in the plight of these young men. There are many ways to do so: legal aid and financial support, participation in support demonstrations, draft counseling, organization of draft resistance unions or community-based resistance organizations, assisting those who wish to escape their entry. The steps proposed by the clergymen who recently announced that they are ready to share the fate of those who will be sent to prison. About this aspect of the program of resistance I have nothing to say that will not be obvious to anyone who is willing to think the matter through. Considered as a political tactic, resistance requires careful thought, and I do not pretend to have very clear ideas about it. Much depends on how events unfold in the coming months. Westmoreland's war of attrition may simply continue with no foreseeable end, but the domestic political situation makes this. 380. Zero and resistance. Unlikely. If the Republicans do not decide to throw the election again, they could have a winning strategy. They can claim that they will end the war, and remain vague about the means. Under such circumstances, it is unlikely that Johnson will permit the present military stalemate to persist. There are, then, several options. The first is American withdrawal, in whatever terms it would be couched. It might be disguised as a retreat to enclaves, from which the troops could then be removed. It might be arranged by an international conference, or by permitting a government in Saigon that would seek peace among contending South Vietnamese and then ask us to leave. This policy might be politically feasible. The same public relations firm that invented terms like revolutionary development can depict withdrawal as victory. Whether there is anyone in the executive branch with the courage or imagination to urge this course, I do not know. A number of senators are proposing, in essence, that this is the course we should pursue, as are such critics of the war as Walter Lippmann and Hans Morgenthau, if I understand them correctly. A detailed and quite sensible plan for arranging withdrawal along with new, more meaningful elections in the South is outlined by Philippe Devlers in Le Monde hebdomadaire of October 26, 1967. Variants can easily be imagined. What is central is the decision to accept the principle of Geneva that the problems of Vietnam be settled by the Vietnamese. A second possibility would be annihilation. No one doubts that we have the technological capacity for this, and only the sentimental doubt that we have the moral capacity as well. Bernard Fall predicted this outcome in an interview shortly before his death. The Americans can destroy, he said, but they cannot pacify. They may win the war, but it will be the victory of the graveyard. Vietnam will be destroyed. 381. American power and the innuendo are Brian's. A third option would be an invasion of North Vietnam. This would saddle us with 2 unwinnable guerrilla wars instead of 1, but if the timing is right, it might be used as a device to rally the citizenry around the flag. A fourth possibility is an attack on China. We could then abandon Vietnam and turn to a winnable war directed against Chinese industrial capacity. Such a move should win the election. No doubt this prospect also appeals to that insane rationality called strategic thinking. If we intend to keep armies of occupation or even strong military bases on the Asian mainland, we would do well to make sure that the Chinese do not have the means to threaten them. Of course, there is the danger of a nuclear holocaust, but it is difficult to see why this should trouble those whom John McDermott calls the crisis managers, the same men who were willing, in 1962, to accept a high probability of nuclear war to establish the principle that we, and we alone, have the right to keep missiles on the borders of a potential enemy. There are many who regard negotiations as a realistic alternative, but I do not understand the logic or even the content of this proposal. If we stop bombing North Vietnam, we might well enter into negotiations with Hanoi, but there would then be very little to discuss. As to South Vietnam, the only negotiable issue is the withdrawal of foreign troops. Other matters can only be settled among whatever Vietnamese groups have survived the American onslaught. The call for negotiations seems to me not only empty, but actually a trap for those who oppose the war. If we do not agree to withdraw our troops, the negotiations will be deadlocked, the fighting will continue, American troops will be fired on and killed, the military will have a persuasive argument to escalate, to save American lives. In short, the Symington solution, we offer them peace on our 382. On our resistance terms, and if they refuse the victory of the graveyard, of the realistic options, only withdrawal, however disguised, seems to me at all tolerable, and resistance, as a tactic of protest, must be designed so as to increase the likelihood that this option will be selected. Furthermore, the time in which to take such action may be very short. The logic of resorting to resistance as a tactic for ending the war is fairly clear. There is no basis for supposing that those who will make the major policy decisions are open to reason on the fundamental issues, in particular this issue of whether we, alone among the nations of the world, have the authority and the competence to determine the social and political institutions of Vietnam. What is more, there is little likelihood that the electoral process will bear on the major decisions. As I have pointed out, the issue may be settled before the next election. Even if it is not, it is hardly likely that a serious choice will be offered at the polls. And if by a miracle such a choice is offered, how seriously can we take the campaign promises of a peace candidate after the experience of 1964? Given the enormous dangers of escalation and its hateful character, it makes sense, in such a situation, to search for ways to raise the domestic cost of American aggression, to raise it to a point where it cannot be overlooked by those who have to calculate such costs. One must then consider in what ways it is possible to pose a serious threat. Many possibilities come to mind: a general strike, university strikes, attempts to hamper war production and supply, and so on. Personally, I feel that disruptive acts of this sort would be justified were they likely to be effective in averting an imminent tragedy. I am skeptical, however, about their possible effectiveness. At the moment, I cannot imagine a broad base for such action, in the white community at least, outside the universities. Forcible repression would not, therefore, prove very difficult. 383. Amarai, California, when power and the innuendo are Brian's. My guess is that such actions would, furthermore, primarily involve students and younger faculty from the humanities and the theological schools, with a scattering of scientists. The professional schools, engineers, specialists in the technology of manipulation and control, much of the social sciences, would probably remain relatively uninvolved. Therefore the long-range threat, such as it is, would be to American humanistic and scientific culture. I doubt that this would seem important to those in decision-making positions. Rusk and Rostow and their accomplices in the academic world seem unaware of the serious threat that their policies already pose in these spheres. I doubt that they appreciate the extent, or the importance, of the dissipation of creative energies and the growing disaffection among young people who are sickened by the violence and deceit that they see in the exercise of American power. Further disruption in these areas might, then, seem to them a negligible cost. Resistance is in part a moral responsibility, in part a tactic to affect government policy. In particular, with respect to support for draft resistance, I feel that it is a moral responsibility that cannot be shirked. On the other hand, as a tactic, it seems to me of doubtful effectiveness, as matters now stand. I say this with diffidence and considerable uncertainty. Whatever happens in Vietnam, there are bound to be significant domestic repercussions. It is axiomatic that no army ever loses a war. Its brave soldiers and all-knowing generals are stabbed in the back by treacherous civilians. American withdrawal is likely, then, to bring to the surface the worst features of American culture, and perhaps to lead to a serious internal repression. On the other hand, an American victory might well have dangerous consequences both at home and abroad. It might give added prestige to an already far too powerful executive. There is, moreover, the problem emphasized by A. J. 384. On our resistance. The problem after a war is with the victor. He thinks he has just proved that war and violence pay. Who will now teach him a lesson? For the most powerful and most aggressive nation in the world, this is indeed a danger. If we can rid ourselves of the naive belief that we are somehow different and more pure, a belief held by the British, the French, the Japanese, in their moments of imperial glory, then he will be able honestly to face the truth in this observation. One can only hope that we will face this truth before too many innocents, on all sides, suffer and die. Finally, there are certain principles that I think must be stressed as we try to build effective opposition to this and future wars. We must not, I believe, thoughtlessly urge others to commit civil disobedience, and we must be careful not to construct situations in which young people will find themselves induced, perhaps in violation of their basic convictions, to commit civil disobedience. Resistance must be freely undertaken. I also hope, more sincerely than I know how to say, that it will create bonds of friendship and mutual trust that will support and strengthen those who are sure to suffer. 385. Supplement to On Resistance. Following the publication of On Resistance in the New York Review of Books, a number of very interesting letters were received dealing with several of the questions raised in it. 2 appeared, with accompanying comments of mine, in the issue of February I. 1968. The first, from a college professor whom I will identify here simply as Mr. Y, noted an undramatic but steady shift of opinion among middle-class people, many conservative or apolitical, who are deciding that the war simply isn't worth what it costs. Mr. Y counsels that these people can be convinced, not that the war is wrong, but that it is damned foolishness, and he suggests that the patient effort to win over those millions who view the war in pragmatic rather than moral terms may be more significant than the various forms of resistance which, while perhaps revealing a pure conscience, may nevertheless not actually help put an end to war. The second letter is from a former member of the resistance, now underground and obviously unidentified, who signs simply, William. 387. American Power and the New Manoa are Brian S. X. As he analyzes the situation, the war will end when the American middle class wants it to, and what will cause the middle class to want an end to the war will be the conjunction of Vietnamese resistance plus the high cost to the middle class in effort and money to deal with taxes, inflation, disruption, and obstruction at home. It follows, then, that the most effective anti-war activities are those which are the most disruptive, the most costly, those which most undermine the authority of the government domestically and in its war policy get a rebel alliance. Those elements of the white middle class opposed to the war must work to protect participants. Demonstrations such as the ones at the Pentagon and at the New York and Oakland induction centers, and others that will cause the government's authority to be questioned and that will escalate the cost to the government. He therefore proposes the individual act of confrontation and describes the notion of the alternatives, the military, prison, or exile sketched in my article as too limited, constrained by lack of experience and by lack of a full comprehension of what is to be done. We have work to do, or simply lives to live, and don't intend to make their job easier or our lives more miserable. His advice is to make them pay the piper who called the tune. That is what black folks know, who sing and dance all the time. My own remarks, accompanying these letters, were not intended as an answer but simply as a third, somewhat different reaction to the same questions. I have added a few paragraphs for publication here. Mr. Y and William X agree that middle-class attitudes will be decisive in determining the outcome of the American war in Vietnam, and that these attitudes will be shaped not by moral but by pragmatic considerations of cost. Yet. Point 188. Supplementer ONR resistance. They arrive at diametrically opposed conclusions regarding the appropriate choice of tactics. Mr. Y opposes all forms of resistance and feels that one should try to convince the American people that the war is damned foolishness, and Mr. X concludes that the most effective anti-war activities are those which are the most disruptive. Viewing the situation from a rather similar perspective, I nevertheless find myself reaching still different conclusions. This is hardly astonishing. No one can evaluate the effectiveness of various tactics with any precision. Furthermore, no course of action open to us offers much hope of preventing the Vietnam tragedy from assuming still more awesome proportions. We are, unfortunately, discussing tactics of limited effectiveness and partially unpredictable consequences. I suspect that Mr. Y and Mr. X exaggerate the political significance of middle-class opinion. Even if 65% or 99% of the American people were convinced that the war is damned foolishness, there would remain the problem of translating this conviction into politically effective action. It is doubtful that the political system provides this opportunity in a realistic way. Those who fear that an American victory in Vietnam would be a political and moral tragedy therefore face two kinds of tactical problem. First, how to bring pragmatic middle-class opinion to oppose the war. Second, how to give effective political expression to such opposition as exists. I am not convinced that either correspondent is entirely realistic in assessing these matters. Consider first the matter of a dissent. There is no need to try to persuade someone that his taxes are going up, that his neighbor's son was killed, and that he doesn't like it. Rather, I feel, dissent should be concerned with political and moral issues. The American government no doubt commands the resources to. 389. Amarai California when power and the new Mandarins end the war through annihilation, and Mr. Y overlooks the fact that those who feel that the war is damn foolishness may perfectly well accept this way of bringing it to an end. Suppose, for example, that the military were to decide that the use of tactical nuclear weapons would provide the cheapest means for uprooting the NLF political and administrative structure in the Mekong Delta, with the inevitable solemn statement from Freedom House applauding this exercise of limited means to show that violence doesn't pay. The purpose of dissent is to mobilize opinion against the use of American force to impose a political solution in Vietnam to the hideous extent it is used today, to the still more barbaric extent of tomorrow, or in fact, to any extent at all whatever the costs may be. This is the crucial problem that dissent must face with respect to Vietnam as well as all of the other countries where American force is being used directly, or where American arms and military training are contributing to internal repression. Contrary to Mr. Y, then, I feel that dissent should aim to convince the American people that the war is wrong, and to explain why this or any similar use of force is wrong. Consider next the assumption that opposition to the war will mount as its costs visibly increase. It follows that we should attempt to increase these costs. Resistance, properly conducted, can serve to increase the domestic cost of American aggression and can therefore help shape the attitudes of the pragmatic middle classes of whom Mr. Y speaks, as it can help shape the decisions of those who must calculate these costs in setting the course of American foreign policy. Mr. Y is surely wrong in supposing that those who undertake resistance do so to preserve their moral purity. Mr. X's letter is ample testimony to the fact that resistance can be, and I feel quite generally is, undertaken as a political act. One may argue that it is misguided, but not. 390. Supplement on our resistance. That it is a political. Of course, the resistor must choose his tactics so as to maximize the probability that the developing opposition will take a civilized form in the case of Vietnam, withdrawal rather than annihilation, and he must accompany his resistance with a kind of dissent that will seek to raise the general level of political and moral consciousness. These, it seems to me, are the conclusions that one should draw from the analysis of the situation that L/E Y proposes. To me it seems that draft resistance meets these conditions. The principle is clear and unambiguous. An individual's refusal to carry out the criminal acts of his government sets the stage, in the most effective way possible, for the attempt to demonstrate the criminal nature of these acts. Furthermore, the resistance is costly, both to the government and to the pragmatic middle classes. Let us make the matter concrete. Draft resistance is, for the moment, strongest among the students at the best universities. Last month, for example, 320 law school students and several hundred students at Yale signed "We Won't Go" statements. The government will soon have to decide whether to draft graduate students. If the resistance continues to grow, the decision will be a costly one, no matter how it is made. It is politically difficult to give students a blanket exemption, for obvious reasons. On the other hand, an attempt to draft students will, if resistance develops, put the government in the position of tolerating an open violation of the law or of carrying out serious punitive acts against the children of the social and economic elite. One of the costs of the war is the contempt for the government, for its violence and mendacity, felt by many young people. Punishment of resistors will deepen this disaffection and may channel it in new directions. Involvement of adults in support of resistors increases the costs still more. If we look beyond Vietnam, the costs may be greater still, not only. 391. American power and the Mandarins. Because of the unpredictable effects of a really large-scale repression of those who are expected to run the society in the coming years, but also because of the danger inherent in the fact that a citizen dares to ask whether he should mechanically obey, that he raises questions about the range of meaningful political action. There are several ways in which one can hope to affect the decisions made by the government. One way is to try to influence the choice that will be offered by the two major political parties and to exercise this choice on election day. Another, very different approach is to try to modify the objective conditions that any elected official must consider when he selects a course of action. I do not want to go into the general question of the legitimacy of these alternatives, but rather to make 2 points. First, those who are committed to the first method will naturally regard political action of the latter sort, draft resistance, for example, as a danger whose cost they must seek to reduce. Secondly, to be realistic, the parliamentary system at the moment offers almost no opportunity for meaningful action on such issues as Vietnam. One cannot be certain, of course. Nevertheless, we might as well face up to the overwhelming probability that the choice in November will be between barely distinguishable policies. Senator McCarthy's candidacy might be important as an educational effort. It can hardly be regarded as a political effort. If McCarthy were to raise serious issues and break free from the narrow limits of what passes for political discussion in this country today, but as yet he has not done so. It is a remarkable fact that in this democracy, not a single public figure, no segment of the mass media, advocates the position which, according to the recent international Gallup polls, is that of the overwhelming majority in most of the free world that the United States should withdraw from Vietnam. 392. Supplement to honor resistance. The basic issues are not discussed in the mass media and are not raised in the political arena. These are the realities that we must face in determining an appropriate mode of political action. To summarize, draft resistance can make use of the egalitarian nature of American society as a technique for increasing the cost of American aggression, and it threatens values that are important to those in a decision-making position. One who shares these values must then ask how they benefit our victims, and what price our victims must pay to secure these values from any risk. It is difficult to judge how heavily such costs will weigh in the balance, but I think that Mr. Y is not justified in contending that the goal of resistance can only be to safeguard one's purity of conscience. Of course, resistance may backfire. It might lead their pragmatic opposition to demand a harsh and brutal victory. However, the danger seems to me slight. There is no reason why a principled and obviously courageous and highly moral act should have this consequence. Rather, I think it is likely to cause others to consider their own complicity in their work, in their payment of war taxes, in their preservation of the domestic peace that permits the war makers to operate freely. Furthermore, it is important to bear in mind that any political act carries with it a potential danger of this sort. For example, it is not unlikely that President Johnson would react to a threat at the polls with a sharp escalation, on the theory, probably correct, that this would gain him at least short-term support. I see no reason to believe that non-violent resistance is more likely to have this consequence than electoral politics. Quite the contrary. Although I agree with Mr. X that resistance can be an effective political act, I think his analysis errs in 3 respects. First, I think he miscalculates the effect that disruptive actions will. 393. American power and the Mandarins have on the middle class that he wants to move to opposition. Second, I think he is considering the notion of the cost in too narrow a sense. And third, I believe that he underestimates the force the government commands. As to the first matter, he fails to take into account the strong likelihood that disruptive acts will increase the urge to win the war by pure terror, with perhaps a violent repression at home as well. As far as costs are concerned, he considers only the matter of effort and money. But these, I suspect, are negligible costs when we consider the kinds of disruptive acts that might be carried out by the white middle class, students or adults. The $1 million spent by the government on October 2nd is a trivial sum for the government, but the substantially greater sums expended to mount the demonstration are not at all trivial for the peace movement. Hence, if the criterion is cost in this sense, the demonstration would have to be regarded as a serious setback. In general, I think that the important costs that can be increased by student and middle-class resistance are the more abstract ones discussed earlier. These cannot be calculated in dollars and cents, but they are no less real for that. As to the matter of government force, I think it is surely ample to control, with ease, any disruptive acts that can now be foreseen. As Hans Morgenth observed recently, there has been a qualitative shift in the balance of force between a government and a mass populace, and this disparity can only increase. A report last June by the Institute of Defense Analysis proposed a great many delightful new ideas for crowd control: itching powder, sticky blobs to glue rioters together, chemical agents, mechanically spread sticky strings, bands, or adhesives which might slow the movement of the crowd by linking people together or to themselves, foam generators which lead to psychological distress through loss of contact with the N. 394. Supplement to ONR resistance. Virulent, tranquilizing darts, etc. App report, November 1st 1967, ideas which give an interesting portent of what is to come and a useful insight into university-sponsored research at its best. He guess is that talk of disruptive acts is a fantasy. I have said nothing about Ghetto rebellions. These may affect the war in one or another way, but they are not acts undertaken with the end of bringing about American withdrawal from Vietnam and must, I think, be considered in a totally different context. Although the context today remains quite different, it is still very much to be hoped that resistance against the Vietnam War and the deeper imperialist forces of which it is a manifestation can contribute to the struggle against domestic oppression. No doubt one of the pressures on the government to end the war is the fear that the troops will be needed to occupy American cities and to enforce the status quo at home. The kind of limited war mentality that underlies the Ida study just mentioned is revealed even more explicitly by Homer Bigot in the New York Times, March 2, 1968, in a long report headed, Army Helps Police Get Hip on Riots. I quote a few paragraphs to give the flavor. On a Biney Knoll, some 60 city and state policemen and National Guard officers gathered yesterday to watch the testing of non-lethal agents that may be used this summer to disperse riotous mobs in the nation's cities. Robins sang, coffee and cookies were served, and the post-band played The Stars and Stripes Forever as the 6th class of the Civil Disobedience Orientation course climbed out of an army bus to begin a 20-hour course on the anatomy of a riot. At their Army's Riot Control School, an institution hurriedly conceived a few months ago to teach the grim lessons derived from the Detroit and Newark riots. The report goes on to describe the new, more devastating types of tear gas now available, and the ways in which grenades. 395. AMERI California Empower ANDTHE New MANDARINS. And helicopters can be used to control the mobs. An accompanying picture shows a simulated battle between militant civil rights demonstrators and the National Guardsmen. The demonstrators hold a sign saying, "We shall overcome," and the heavily armed soldiers, with gas masks and fixed bayonets, demonstrate how this slogan can be refuted. The description continues as follows. The clash is staged in a Hollywood-type mock-up of a community called Riotsville. Baby, a firebrand militant, harangues a crowd, charging policy brutality. The crowd waves signs denouncing war. One sign reads, "We shall overcome." Bricks and rocks are thrown at the mayor when he tries to placate the mob. But here comes the National Guard. Using tear gas, bayonets, an armored personnel carrier, and classic anti-riot tactics, the troops prevail. Baby is seized and taken off in the armored car, a prisoner. Presumably the audience breathes a sigh of relief, sipping their coffee and munching on cookies to the strains of the Stars and Stripes forever as the scene fades, secure in the knowledge that those who denounce war and poverty and racism shall not prevail. All this certainly a reasonable forecast of what the future may hold. I do agree with Mr. X in his criticism of the tactic of escalating confrontation that was proposed, at one time, by the loosely organized group called the Resistance. Confrontations will come quickly enough. The real task, for the present, is to organize as large as possible a base of support for resistance, say proliferation of local resistance support groups linked together in a national network, with participation of white and black resistors, with adult middle-class support on and off campus, substantial financial assistance, and personal involvement by people who feel that resistance can be made politically effective. 396. Supplement to On Resistance. Who feel that they have a moral responsibility to give concrete assistance to those who refuse to serve in Vietnam, who wish to increase the political cost of repression by standing alongside the young men who will inevitably suffer most severely. Thinking in still more long-range terms, it may be that the most significant steps towards a reform of American society will prove to be the efforts of the very courageous and unsung few who are devoting themselves to community organizing, often using the draft and its inequities as a point of entry into communities that provide the mass base for American repression, and seeking to create both consciousness and organizational structure for resistance on the part of those who bear the heaviest burdens but who are, for the present, passive victims of an unchallenged coercive ideology. The National Resist Organization is attempting to provide the framework for a range of such activities, using as a basis the call to resist illegitimate authority, most of which appeared as an advertisement in the New York Review of Books on October 1, 1967. With all of the necessary qualifications, I feel that an involvement in this effort is the most effective form of political action against this and future wars that is now open to a concerned citizen. Those of us who are not under direct attack and who are relatively free to choose a course of action have a responsibility to the victims of American power that we must face with unwavering seriousness. In considering some tactic of protest or resistance, we must ask what its consequences are likely to be for the people of Vietnam or of Guatemala or of Harlem, and what effect it will have on the building of a movement against war and oppression, a movement that will help to create a society in which one can live without fear and without shame. We have to search for ways to persuade vast numbers of Americans to commit themselves to this task, and we must devise ways to convert this. 397. American Power and THENU Manda R. Brian S. Commitment into effective action. The goal may seem so remote as to be a fantasy, but for those who are serious, this is the only strategy that can be considered. Persuasion may involve deeds as well as words. It may involve the construction of institutions and social forms, even if only in microcosm, that overcome the competitiveness and the single-minded pursuit of self-interest that proves a mechanism of social control as effective as that of a totalitarian state. But the goal must be to design and construct alternatives to the present ideology and social institutions that are more compelling on intellectual and moral grounds, and that can draw to them masses of Americans who find that these alternatives satisfy the human needs, including the human need to show compassion, to encourage and to assist those who seek to raise themselves from the misery and degradation that our society has helped to impose and now seeks to perpetuate. It would be criminal folly to fail to act when there are opportunities to move towards these goals, or to act in such a way as to make them still more distant than they are today. It is not easy to find a way to steer between these dangers. There is no doubt that in the recent past, the error has consistently been on the side of caution and restraint, fear and moral blindness. But one must bear in mind, as tensions mount, that the opposite terror is no less serious. It is quite easy to design tactics that will help to consolidate the latent forces of a potential American fascism. To mention just one obvious example, verbal and physical abuse of the police, however great the provocation, can have only this effect. Such tactics may seem radical and, in a narrow sense, justified by the magnitude of the infamy and evil that they seek to overcome. They are not. In fact, it is senseless to speak as many now DF tactics and actions as being radical, liberal, conservative, or reactionary. In itself, an action cannot be placed on a political. 398. Supplement to on resistance. Dimension at all. It may be successful or unsuccessful in achieving an end that can be described in political terms. But it is useful to remember that the same tactics that one man may propose with high conscience and deep commitment to radical social change may also be pressed by a well-placed police spy, bent on destroying such a movement and increasing popular support for the forces of repression. Consider the Reichstag fire, to return to a day that is less remote than one would wish. Or consider the act of a 17-year-old Jewish refugee from Poland just 30 years ago with Herschel Grindspun, who assassinated a German official in Paris in November 1, 938. It is difficult to condemn this desperate act, which set off violent pogroms throughout Germany and helped entrench more deeply the Nazi regime of terror. But the victims of Nazi terror would offer no thanks to Herschel Grindspun. We must not abandon the victims of American power, or play games with their fate. We must not consent to have the same repression imposed on still further helpless victims or the same blind fury unleashed against them. Acts that seem perfectly justified in themselves when regarded in a narrow sense may be very wrong when considered in the light of their probable consequences. And a failure to approach those who can be reached, a failure to act with strength and determination when one can do so in a constructive way, is no less thoughtless and indefensible. These are very general remarks, and not very helpful, perhaps, when we face the concrete question of what we can do right now. Still, I think that such guidelines as these must form the framework for these decisions. One final remark. The Vietnam War is the most obscene example of a frightening phenomenon of contemporary history, the attempt by a country to impose its particular concept of order and stability throughout much of the world. By any objective standard, the United States has become the mostagers. 399. Amarai California when power and the enumanda are Brian's. Civ power in the world, the greatest threat to peace, to national self-determination, and to international cooperation. At the same time, we enjoy a high degree of internal freedom. We can speak and write and organize. Resistors may be punished severely, but they will not be sent to slave labor camps or gas chambers. Given these facts, Resistance is feasible even for those who are not heroes by nature, and it is an obligation, I believe, for those who fear the consequences and detest the reality of the attempt to impose American hegemony. Resistance cannot now significantly deplete the manpower pool that makes possible the use of American power for global repression, nor can it, at the moment, significantly impede the research, production, and supply on which this exercise of power rests. But it can contribute significantly towards raising the domestic costs of this attempt and eliminating the apathy and passivity that may permit it to succeed. It therefore has a potential significance that extends far beyond Vietnam. It may help to save other small countries from the fate of Vietnam, and indeed, to save the world from indescribable catastrophe. 400. Epilogue. As the great peasant revolutions raged in China more than a century ago, Karl Marx wrote in the New York Tribune about the effect the Chinese Revolution seems likely to exercise on the civilized world. It may seem a strange and a very paradoxical assertion that the next uprising of the people of Europe, and their next movement for republican freedom and economy of government, may depend more on what is now passing in the celestial empire, the very opposite of Europe, than on any other political cause that now exists. Now, England having brought about the revelation in China, the question is how that revolution will in time react on England, and through England on Europe. A few years later he discussed the curious spectacle of China sending disorder into the Western world while the Western powers, by English, French, and American war steamers, are conveying order to Shanghai, Nanking, and the mouths of the Great Canal. As in other respects, the timetable that Marx envisioned was 401. American power and the Numanrins. In error, and the cost of characters has now somewhat changed. Furthermore, what Marx had in mind was the possibility that an economic crisis might be caused in the West by a successful revolution in China, endangering the China trade, the importance of which, in the fashion of most writers on this matter until fairly recently, he tended to exaggerate. Still, it is well to consider today the remarkable spectacle of the disorder created in the Western world as the attempt to convey order to Asian countries, the very opposite of the West, is proving to be beyond the power of Western imperialism. In part, the disorder is rooted in revulsion, and to this extent is a tribute to a strain of decency in Western culture, difficult as it is to pronounce these words amidst the barbarism of the Vietnam War. The disorder spreading through the Western world is not solely or even primarily a reaction to the frustration of Western power in Asia, but there is no doubt that the massive convulsions in Asia and the heroic Vietnamese resistance to American power have served as a catalytic agent, releasing forces that might have remained latent. In itself, this disorder is neither good nor bad, a cause neither for hope nor for despair. It remains to be seen whether this disorder can be converted into a force that will revitalize American society, or whether it will settle into deadening repression, or will simply subside, to little effect. It should be clear to a rational man that the chances for survival, let alone a decent existence, are rather slight if American power continues to be used with such abandon as in the past few years, or even flaunted so freely. The capacity of the national state for violence and coercion, the threat that it poses to the survival of its citizens, are so extreme that other problems seem to fade in comparison. But this violence cannot be met and overcome without regard for its social roots. Just prior to the Second World War, America was in the depths of a depression. 402. Epilogue. With 9 million unemployed, it is difficult to fault this evaluation of the social and economic policies of the 1930s. The New Deal failed to solve the problem of depression, it failed to raise the impoverished, it failed to redistribute income, It failed to extend equality and generally countenanced racial discrimination and segregation. It failed generally to make business more responsible to the social welfare or to threaten business' preeminent political power. Barton J. Bernstein, The New Deal, The Conservative Achievements of Liberal Reform, in B. Bernstein, ed., Towards a New Past, New York, Pantheon Books, 1968. Since the national mobilization of World War II, we have spent over $1 trillion on defense. It hardly is necessary to resort to the new economics to show that such measures can reduce unemployment and keep the economy functioning, as it requires little political insight to see why the government is likely to expend the resources it commands on research and development that yield no immediate profit, on missiles and fast deployment logistic ships rather than on a mass transportation system that will conflict with the needs of the oil companies and automotive industry, on nerve gas and manned orbital laboratories rather than on farming the oceans, while wealthy farmers and farm industries are subsidized to cut back agricultural production. It is reasonably clear that unless the commercial and industrial system comes under some sort of popular democratic control, political democracy will be a sham and state power will continue to serve inhuman ends. It is easy to say that new thinking and social experimentation are needed to free us from the paralysis and fears that narrow our vision and direct national energies to destruction and waste. That it is necessary to develop social and political consciousness through participation and popular control in decision-making. It is also correct. There now exist opportunities for change that. 403. Amarai California when power and the Enumanda RINS are not very likely to recur. In part, they are traceable to the strange and paradoxical touching of extremes to which Marx alluded. The question of how Asian revolutions will in time react on America, and through America on Europe, is very real. It is a question that calls not for speculation, but for commitment and thought and action. 404.